Welcome to Uncle Shay's stream. You'll notice that he's looking a little bit different today. His hair has certainly grown quite a bit. Of course, he is suffering an injury at the moment, so I have stepped up to the plate here to host Wassup's team stream on his channel. Thank you very much to the mod who changed the title. I unfortunately do not have those privileges, otherwise I would have done it myself. It's an absolute pleasure to be on this broadcast streaming to this channel. I hope you guys are going to be really nice to me. Uncle Jay, I spoke to him, he said that you guys are lovely and you'll look after me, so I'm hoping that that can be adhered to for the remainder of the stream. So any of you guys that were here yesterday at a similar time, you would have seen Ground Zero's beautiful face and overlay casting Wassup's day 2 run in the double elimination bracket, where they were able to qualify through uppers to the Swiss stage, which I will be covering tonight. For the most part, it was a pretty confident run, like I said, by doing it through the upper bracket. That does suggest they didn't lose a single series. They did come close, however. They did get forced through to a Game 5 versus Flight. That is going to be the roster of Wonder Mike, Rapid and Polar. But after that, they made relatively light work of LSR with a simple sweep to get us into the upper half of the Swiss stage. And with that, we are expected to be one of those favourites to make the main event. And yes, I do say we, because in these team streams, we are going to be biased, of course, for the teams we are covering. So if you start to notice that I'm not going to be cheering the opponent's goals all that much, well, there is your reasoning why. And speaking of the team, it is Wassup. You can see it in the title. Those are the players of Expert, Jarzy, and Devo. No, not English Devo, the one from North America who did make their first top 16 in the first split and was able to do it again in Open 4 with the rest of this roster. But this has been a side that has had a little bit of a change heading into this second split. We had 3 opens, of course, to build up to the Birmingham Major. These last 3 are all for Raleigh. The team was originally Expert, Drew, and Life. Thank you very much to whoever followed my channel. I'm afraid those alerts are for me and not for Jay. I'm sure that his mod is already following this channel here. Otherwise, I would be somewhat concerned. But like I was saying, the Birmingham Major team that Wassup originally was Expert, Drew and Life. Drew and Life left to join SOS, and in their place we now have Devo and Jarzy. Devo, sitting at 16 years old, already made his first North American main event. Some people would argue that that is the best region in the world, at least second place, which is where I'm more inclined to put it. Of course, if you cannot tell by my accent, I am British. I'll have a little bit of that European bias. I'm sorry for putting that onto your streams and through your headphones, but hopefully we can get used to it. And speaking about Europeans, Devo's 17 today. Well, happy birthday to him. Let's hope he can be rewarded with a birthday gift of qualification to the top 16. That hasn't even updated on the Liquipedia yet. I don't know how I let that one slide, but obviously in chat it says it in the name, will be the manager, obviously being the manager of Wassup. It's an absolute pleasure to have him in the chat here today and to be covering his team. And I was getting to that final player. It's Jarzy, of course, a big CRL talent, originally heralding from Germany, but making his way over to North America to continue a lot of those collegiate efforts because it doesn't exist in Europe anymore. The champions were not able to defend their title, but that's not going to be the conversation for today. It's all about Wassup making that break back into the top 16 like they did in that last Open. You'd think with 2 different players being added to the roster alongside Experts, maybe they'd need some time to, build that chemistry together, to get that good at cohesion. Maybe we'll wait to the 5th, maybe even to the 6th before we start making those main events. No. Absolutely not. Those two players were added for a reason. The players were confident and, well, they were able to live up to those expectations with the first open of the split. And like I said, with an upper bracket qualification into the Swiss stage, look favourable to do it yet again. For those of you that are unaware of how a Swiss stage does work, it's going to be all games as a best of 5. And if you win 3 series, you will qualify to the main event. If you lose 3 series, you are eliminated from the competition. So, rather simple in that regards. When it comes to getting matchups, there's a guy called Big Holes who just randomly throws teams at a wall and chooses your opponents for the next round. To start things off, we will be playing against Telekinesis, which was a team that I was struggling to spell when I was trying to put them on the overlay, but I did get there eventually. It was a Control-C, Control-V kind of job there, and I do see that Shay is in chat. Like I said, wishing you the absolute best, my friend, in your recovery. It is nice to see you here. And Doc Raz as well did pop in for a bit. That's a fellow caster. I was alongside him in South America during Split 1 doing Team Oblivion. Had a fantastic time with him. It's great to see that he's a friend of this channel as well. But looking at this Swiss that we find ourselves in, there is 2 groups. And the top 4 teams in each group auto-qualify to this stage. They didn't have to do any of the double elimination because they were top 8 in the last open. For us, those top teams are going to be NRG Esports, Complexity Gaming, The Ultimates, and Deleted Gaming. So we're going to have to hope that we do not run into them a little bit later into the bracket, because that's going to be a really tough team to face. But with Wassup, of course, looking to get their names higher and higher in the North American scene. A shock result against them would be very good press, put some more eyes towards themselves. And as well, the Uncle Shay stream, thank you very much for the follow on my account, Wolfie the manager. I wish I did have alerts on for Uncle Che's stream, but I couldn't quite get that together. So like I said, apologies for that. We are currently sitting at that 7th seed out of 16. 8 will qualify through this Swiss stage at the end of the day. But when I'm looking at that lower half, some teams that could perhaps cause a little bit of an upset a little bit later down the line, I'm looking at the likes of 9th seed, the boys. That's going to be Aqua and Percy. 10th seed, Gas, of course, Garrett G, Squishy Muffins, and AJ, who have proved time and time and time again that they are not done competing at some of the highest level that Rocket League has to offer. And even Lotus 8 Esports, they got themselves to a round 5. I believe it was in Open 3 of Split 1, where they were able to take down SSG in the meantime. That was a really fascinating run from them. There was also a little bit of controversy outside it as well, because they had some choice words to give their opponents. Either way, they did prove themselves to be a rather tough side, and ones that could cause a bit of an issue later. I did get a message from Uncle Che saying good luck and have fun. That is really appreciated. And well, check-ins have opened up for this first series, so we should be expecting ourselves to get into game very, very soon. I am also awaiting an invite from one of the Wassup players. And Telekinesis were their opponents. I did have a little bit of a read of the players for that team, and I'll be honest with you, I'm rather unfamiliar with them. This will be an interesting matchup, to say the very least. They do not have any Liquipedias listed to their name, so that already tells you that they haven't made a top 16, which does actually auto-qualify you to have one in North America. But I'll still read off the names, and if anyone in chat has a better knowledge than I do of these fantastic bubble players across the pond, then please fill me in. It's going to be JJ, Tiber, and Juice. It's a full American roster. No one from Canada. It's all North America. And should be expected to sweep. Shay did allude to it in chat here. I'm going to put in my early predictions as well. Wassup are too strong. They've been in the top 16. They've shown that their floor as it currently stands is that I believe it's 13th to 16th position when you go 0-2 in the GSL. And with that being their first time playing together as a trio after the team sort of broke apart in between splits, that's a really impressive floor to try and bounce yourself off of. So we'll see if they can get the main event and just that bit more. When they were at that Swiss stage last time, it took them all the way down to round 5 to get themselves qualified for the main event. So it took a lot of grit, a lot of determination, and a lot of energy, and keeping those heads strong as well, which is why it's great that I see here that they do have 2 coaches listed. Moon as their primary coach and the Canadian Thermal Rex as their assistant coach. I'm not sure if they're going to be available today within the ears of these players to keep them moving throughout this Swiss stage bracket, but if they are, then that could be extremely helpful, especially if they are forced to go the full distance. I think they will start off with that advantage, however, with that first game. Being so seeded heavily in the Wassup favour, I do have confirmation that the coaches are available alongside the players. So already, looking at this series coming up ahead on paper, there should not be a single doubt in your mind that Wassup can take it. And if they don't, that will be a shock. That would be impressive for Telekinesis. But I'm not sure that the youngster on his birthday, Devo, is going to allow that to happen. I mean, isn't that just a ridiculous turn of events? Imagine having to spend your birthday having to compete. It's a bit more stressful than I think you would have asked for. You know, I prefer to, I don't know, go to a restaurant, see some family, not have to fight for my life in the second toughest region in the world just for a main event spot. And of every single win as well, giving yourself an extra chunk of that prize pool. I will just have a look at all the breaks between them. So if you were to somehow go 0-3, not that these players will, it is going to be $750, and it's not until they qualify for the top 16 that goes all the way up to 1,350. So that is essentially almost a doubled prize pool if you make your way into that main event. I'll be interested to see what the arrangements will be for the team streams here on this channel, because that GSL stage is able to be team stream hosted. It's top 8 when it starts moving over to the mainstream. And I do want to just say that there is just a little bit of a delay for this first game. Check-ins typically starting on the hour. We are just waiting for our opponents to get themselves checked in so we can have it begin. If they do take too long, it will result in a forfeit. And, you know, as much as it would be a free win for Wassup, I kind of want them to have that warm-up series. I don't want to leave them cold for essentially about 30 to 45 minutes, which is typically how these first rounds last. I want them to get in there, have some fun, beat a team which they are very much expected to do so, and, you know, get some of that chemistry flowing. And Shay asking, did your girlfriend have a nice birthday? She really did, unfortunately. I spent most of the day casting, but she went to a cat cafe. She sent me some photos. It was wonderful. Who knows? Do they have cat cafes around wherever Devo's living at the moment? Because I would recommend, of course, if it is an ethical one, for him to pop around and have a look. I would have to hope that, of course, he isn't allergic to them. That would really put a thorn in the side of that idea. They do. Oh, exciting, exciting. They definitely should have a pop-in, because honestly, I'm so jealous that I didn't get to go, because my girlfriend is across the country when I'm up here at university, Lancaster, far north, of course, of the UK. My girlfriend lives down south, and, well, so do I when I'm not studying. I do mathematics. We've not heard from opponents yet. At least I haven't had any information audible. So we are just waiting for that. I am in a party with all the Wassup players. They need a pig cafe. Well, Shay, they actually do in, I want to say, Japan. I know it's one of the East Asian countries. They do have a few piglet cafes, and I know that they do sell some of them as pets as well. Yeah, Devo has invited me. Like I said, I'm in the lobby with all of the players. We just don't quite have opponents yet. But Vodable, it's really nice to see you in chats. Another fellow caster in the scene. I've had the opportunity to cast alongside him once for, I believe it was a high school playoffs as opposed to a middle school playoffs. That was a really fun time. Still waiting for that game. I do see, I think you guys can hear it as well. We are loading into a lobby. Let's hope that our opponents are waiting for us there. Waiting for the absolute thrashing they're about to receive from Wassup. Like I said, gonna play it a little bit biased here. It is a team stream. Ooh, that just popped up. Telekinesis versus Wassup. It is going to be a best of 5 all day as well. No best of 3s, no best of 7s. And thank goodness, I hate a best of 3. That's just not how the Lord intended Rocket League to be played. Best of 5, best of 7s, that's what it's all for. And we have had mentions of teams cutting it close. I will say that it is currently only Wassup in this lobby. There isn't a single telekinesis player in sight. So we are hoping that that can be resolved shortly. Vodable, do you have any info on how long that forfeit timer is? If it's 10 or 15 before those forfeits start to be given out? I am going to look here. And the players have at least checked in. So I think that they will be getting away with it. And we should be getting this action started, hopefully, within the next few minutes. There we go. There's Juice off the opposing side. There's JJ. We're just waiting for one more. Come on! I'm raring to go, ladies and gentlemen. It is 10 past midnight over here in the UK. I have been spending the entire day, ever since I've woken up, excited for this team stream. And we're still waiting. We are still waiting to get this first game over way. Wassup just want to, have their feast. They've been starving for this first series. They know they're going to be eating good. They know they're going to be that favourite team. They're just going to let it be shown on the pitch. There's a reason that this beautiful game isn't decided on paper. We love that bit of action. We love that entertainment. What time is it? 10 past midnight. It is actually the 5th of May for me at the moment. I'll tell you what the future's like. It's about the same as yesterday, except it's not Devo's birthday anymore, so it's a little bit less celebratory. I guess you could say. That's late. Oh, yeah, and it's going to be really late if we end up going all the way to round 5. These rounds can take their time. We do have players slowly joining the lobby. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that wait is finally over. We have kickoff. Telekinesis versus Wassup. And their Rlcs run can continue in the Swiss stage. And we said that the favourites were clearly Wassup. The seeding said so. Their performances recently have also said so. Now they've just got to show it here on, I believe this is DFH Stadium. Definitely one of my favourite maps to be shown. Experts looking for that cool first touch. I would like to see a fascinating first goal come across. He wanted to do it in some exciting fashion. It couldn't quite come together. Expert waiting on that right wall. Juice is an option on that final line. Taps this one down. We'll be looking for a second, but Expert got to be ready to pounce there at the corner. Some space gained here by Juice off that initial beat. But it's not going to be on target. And that follow-up shot isn't going to be all too impressive. And we are having a fair few stutters at the moment. Give the game hopefully some time to calibrate itself. I have had to move epic accounts for this. I'm hoping as well that the players aren't feeling that lag as well. It was working completely fine for me earlier today. That was on my own accounts. My PC confused, being like, who is this Uncle Shay? Too much green, not enough pink. Get ourselves a W. Wassup want to get us off to a great start. Expert can't quite squeak it through. I am just having a look at what could be causing these issues. I will be shutting some stuff down. And hopefully Wassup will be able to shut down this series, of course, in their favour. There's your starting goal for Devo. A little early birthday treat for him. It's set up nicely by Expert off that left wall. And it's a bit of a snipe from that halfway line to get that goal just shy off the crossbar. And I forget as well that Shay does not have indicators turned off there for lag and stuff. That will obviously be showing because I am here from Europe. That shouldn't be what's causing those skips because those are not lag related. But I have closed a few processes, so give it some time. And like I said, hopefully it will start to settle and we'll be good for the rest of the day. That one was pretty brutal, however. Jazzy waiting at that front. Devo's lurking. Let me turn off this annoying ping sign on screen. That is in interface, not social notifications, performance graphs, no. Gameplay, what's default colors, bandwidth, input. Well, we'll have a look afterwards. I'll have a look in between games. For now, I'll let you guys just watch the game. Apologies if a red triangle pops up on the screen. I do have those turned off on my accounts. Jazzy with that block, and it has been a rather close opener to the game then. I think we would have liked to see Wassup taking their time to just ease themselves into the day. It is going to be that long road ahead. Like I said, Swiss stages always are. You used to have this as your top 16. Back in the day of the draw, you used to have 2 Swiss stages in a row, and it was absolutely brutal for the players. Now it's that GSL where it's win 2 instead of lose 2. So I guess you could say it's that mini Swiss stage, but at least you know what your potential opponents are going to be. Devo's waiting high. Juice will get that first block, and it's low boost all round for the telekinesis defense. They don't seem quite as in tune as that team name would suggest. Devo will grab a second, and he's on for a hat-trick here in his first game. 100 seconds to try and do so. That's something I'm sure us all at home would love to see. And that pace starting to be picked up. You could see telekinesis was squeezed in their own third. And as soon as those boost counts were low, as were their hopes. And here's Devo. Crossbar will deny him. But on the follow-up, there's the hat-trick you were waiting for. Happy birthday, my friends. Will you be able to get yourself back into the main event? Continue to play like this. And I'm sure that that will be the case. 90 seconds left on the clock. What's Devo's decal? I might have to have a little bit of a peek when the camera moves on over, actually. I can press some buttons here to try and make that the case. Is he 6'5"? Oh, I'm not really sure what that is, but I must say, it's gorgeous. I would definitely cop. If it makes me as good as him, I'll definitely be checking it out. It's Jazzy's birthday too. So what was the strategy for finding these new players to go alongside Expert? Was it just whoever's birthday was on May the 4th? I must say, I've never seen that scouting strategy before in my life. But that's certainly interesting. They've got, I guess, the force behind them right now. May the 4th being Star Wars Day. That is absolutely insane. What a mental coincidence you would have here. And we have been raided. Welcome, Saltaru, and the rest of your stream to the party here. It is a team stream for Wassup, looking to get themselves into the main event of North America. The first game's going rather well for them. It is 3 goals, all for one. One of the 2 birthday boys, apparently, that is on this Wassup side. It is Devo who has been able to grab it, and there were a lot of celebrations when he made his first main event. I'm rather proud of him. You can see all those GGs in chat. Lots of respect shown by the players. But what I'm interested to see is the stats that did follow. 50% conversion rate from Devo. 6 shots and 3 goals. And you can see how those teammates were able to provide the pressure as well. 8 shots shared between Jazzy and Expert. And when you compare that to the 3 total that Telekinesis had on the opposing side, That was a pretty dominant affair from Wassup in that first game. The fact that our player who had the least amount of shots himself equaled that of the entirety of the opponents really does speak for itself. Some things can go to stats, some things can go to the eye test. Wassup are winning on both of those regards. The second game quickly coming back underway. It looks like a lot of these issues have started to fix themselves. Hopefully that will remain, and we can continue to have a fantastic stream to match the fantastic run that I expect these players to have. Devo hitting it high. And you know that a second and third typically liking to lurk high. Instead, they're just waiting back for that big boom ball to happen. Just expecting that their opponents are going to panic and not have that experience to just take a touch. Keep the ball close, work it slowly. Even if you are low on boost, play for those 50s. You starting to get an idea of it. But again, it is JJ forced awkwardly to try and clear this one out. It just finds Jazzy top right corner. What a slot. We call those top bins in EU. Maybe a postage stamp shot as well. Delivery Express. First class, you'd hope into the main event. At least a 1-0 brackets. And it was a quicker opening goal compared to what we saw in game one. That's how you know they are in the swing of things now. That's how you know it's starting to come together, and Telekinesis are starting to crumble under the pressure, under the power that Wassup are able to put against them. Tiber, though, scrambles this one to a teammate in a corner. Juice is left pressed here by a Wassup offensive player. Expert looking for the target. Jazzy wants a redirect. Instead, this one will drop to JJ. I'm sure a flip reset would be attempted if Devo would have given him that space and time, but would have, could have, should have. Certainly didn't. And it feels weird to say that a player only just turning 17, I believe the manager said before, could play with such experience. You call that an old head on young shoulders. And it is that maturity which has seen him with some early success in his career. And I'll tell you what, if Shift did not have him in their next up, they are doing something severely wrong. But I feel like I did see that they did. And while those experts clearly know what they're talking about, Jazzy off the ceiling, flip reset. Can they get a double tap thereafter? That would have been best goal of the game, of the series, potentially of the Open. Even if they got to that GSL stage, that was a masterful bit of mechanical prowess. Jazzy will keep it simple, however, with the shot. That one's just wide of the post. And it is going to be Telekinesis looking for that equaliser. But Wassup really haven't given them much real estate in their own third. It feels like they are willing to set back, just kind of lure them in. And then when they get that bit too close, those snakes in the grass do pounce out. And Telekinesis are sent chasing themselves all the way back to their own third, back to square one, unable to decide how they're going to try and tackle that three-man defense of Wassup, because the way they space themselves as well is such a high reason for their successes. They're just able to follow each other up in such quick succession. It just creates these assembly line of challenges that are a step ahead of Telekinesis. It feels like they really cannot get on the end of any loose ball or any seconds that they tried to pass. Those interceptions have come quick. JJ decided he's fed up of the interceptions. He wants to go alone. It's not going to be enough. It was rather lackluster without the power behind it to support that attack. Now it's Jazzy. He did actually get himself a flip reset. I thought there was only 3 out of 4 wheels on that car. But he does get away with it. Juice looking to bring this ball forward. It has been dominant from Wassup if we look play by play, touch by touch. But with the scoreline and as it stands, it does play that risky game where Telekinesis only need one chance to really throw that spanner in the works and potentially see this game to an overtime. I want to see Wassup grab themselves an insurance. Maybe Jazzy, a second goal. Apparently also on his birthday as well. Devo dunk. Jazzy lurking, but doesn't initially commit. The second one was rather creative. It has ended up working in his favour regardless. You could say he was a few steps ahead. I would just call that a recovery. Don't think that's how he initially saw that one going. Jazzy has to drag this one low. Can't get it underneath that final defender. So it's going to be JJ. Look for the counter. Juice in a 1v1. Unfortunately, Jazzy is worth 4. So tough to beat in those kind of positions. I don't think we're going to be seeing an overtime, but that caster curse may have just been ignited. I know that I've had, unfortunately, that negative effect on a few team streams, and if that sticks, Wolfie will never want to have me back. Oh, I was concerned that it played that factor yet again, but as these seconds start to trickle down, the chances increase that Wassup will be putting themselves on a match point situation. Telekinesis gonna have to keep it up from their own third. Go coast to coast, but Wassup were never gonna allow that to happen. They do double their series lead. More to be asked for here from Telekinesis. They were able to get an extra shot compared to what they were able to do in the first, so you could call it a slight improvement, but 2 of those 4 shots they grabbed. Wassup had themselves a goal and 11 shots to their name. Another one starts telling the whole story, and you could see it with your eyes as well. If 1-0 made it seem like it was a close game, it certainly wasn't on the pitch. I was really impressed there by the performance from Jazzy. He was able to get himself a goal. He was getting creative as well. I really, really hoped that insane ceiling reset catch to double tap could have found the back of the net, because we would have had a lovely highlight to talk about. Instead, it was just a simple strike into that top right corner that saw Wassup end up with that lead with the one and only goal required. And Jay called it in chat. It is Expert's turn. He is the original man for Wassup. He was with the team name in that first open, and he will actually get himself involved immediately. Ask and you shall receive with Wassup. It's a lovely 50 from Devo. Tybert looking awkward on the back wall, and Expert is just like a shark, smelling that blood in the water, immediately pouncing with that strike. And it's another very early lead grabbed here by Wassup, and it feels like once they do get that lead, they start to get a bit more creative. Devo showing exactly that with that flip reset. Will look for the ground pinch, but he was never going to get that angle to find the target. Jazzy and Expert seem confused whether it was their turn to grab the ball or not, but eventually they do get themselves out of danger. And they are yet to go behind. Expert leaving this one to Jazzy. It's a lovely 1-2 play. You got to get that last player involved. It is Devo, but Tiber will tap this one out. It's going to be a second one to follow. An Expert is left to grab onto that 100 boost. And maybe this can be the start of a big attack. Who's waiting? It's Expert yet again. We said it was his turn to get some scores on the doors. He was able to get that first. But why not get a bit more? Be hungry. Be ferocious against these opponents. Expert looking to try and tap it. JJ gets that block. And you're starting to see a bit of a step up in performance from Telekinesis compared to what we saw in that last game. It's felt like they have had a bit more impact on the ball, but none matching the value of Devo. One chance was all he needed. One tap off that back wall. JJ sends slamming into the sides of his own nets. And what remained was something completely open for Devo to take advantage of on his follow through. It's been 2 minutes and 2 goals. I'd love to see that pattern continue, especially if it's a few more goals for Experts. And to be fair, Jazzy only grabbed one in that second game. So it has felt like it has been the Devo show in this first series. The youngster leading the charge, still having that life behind him. Still having so much time to flourish into one of the strongest talents that North America might just have to their hands at a time where they do desperately need it. You can see Europe getting so strong. Carmine Corps collecting themselves another championship today over in Europe. Who's going to be able to take them down? Our finest talents in North America, the Ultimates, tried to face them in that grand finals, and well, fortunately, the rest was history, which was written rather quickly as a result of that sweep. So now when you look to that next generation, you look to players like Scribbles of Space Station and Devo of Wassup to get themselves to those higher regards. But who knows, maybe one of these players of Telekinesis can start to get themselves involved. It's their first real goal of the game, JJ. It was a tough angle to put away, even earning a compliment there from Devo. And I said that this was their best game so far. It's the first time they felt like they've really created something that Wassup have had to respond to. And as much as they do still sit in the lead, it's just proof there to Telekinesis that it is within their possibilities to beat this defense, which has been so strong for the majority of this series. 99.99%. Expert wanting that corner. And with those youngsters, it always used to be, especially a few years ago in Rocket League, that they were always your mechanical masterminds. Devo certainly fitting those regards. Expert can't finish it himself, but it ends up being a wonderful follow-up for Devo. And with 90 seconds left of this third game, I would say it's 30 seconds left of this series. I don't see Telekinesis making that comeback. If anything, I see it more likely that Wassup will be able to expand that scoreline. And I am just curious, those in chat here, if you have seen Wassup play before, if you did pop into that stream yesterday, and if you're impressed with what you've seen so far in this first series, because these opponents, if you're making top 32, they are certainly bubble level. You don't just get here for no reason. Expert with that fourth goal. But Wassup just show how they're on that different level, being able to make multiple top 16s and looking to add another one and potentially more to their record in this fifth open. And I did say that my star man for Wassup has been Devo in this series, but that's not to put down the performance we've seen from Jazzy and Expert. In fact, the fact that Devo has been able to stand out so much when his teammates are also so solid and impressive all within themselves is an even further compliment to Devo. And a big bigging up of those teammates as well. What a pickup he was between those two splits. Here he is again, looking for a double tap. Juice will have it blocked. They've attempted those too many times. They read those plays now, but this is a best of five, so they're not going to be given any further chances to strike back. And again, I am so happy that this first series was able to be played out and didn't end up going to a DQ, because this was a warm-up I wanted Wassup to have. I feel like they have improved as this series has continued, and they were already impressive in that first game. So when you could potentially be facing the likes of the Ultimates or Team Evo or Complexity, you want to have that confidence that they'll be able to at least put up a fight. And I will just have a look at the Swiss stage to see if we do have any results confirmed. The Ultimates confirm a sweep versus Lotus 8. Team Evo also confirm a sweep versus Backyardians. And NRG Esports and Deleted Gaming both 2-0 up against their respected opponents. Also, Schnitzelhaus confirming a 3-0 sweep versus Taha, Buffy, Mist. So that's all the upper-sided teams taking a victory. There's no real upsets looking to appear out of the first series in the first round. And well, with the way that it's built, with first place playing 9th, second playing 10th, etc, 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 that's kind of what you would come to expect here. And Shay asking who we're likely to play. So I believe we started the day as a 7th seed. So if Complexity go on to win their series, I think we end up being more likely to play them. Because with the BU system, it doesn't matter how you win your series. It's about your quality of your opponents, and quality is defined by their records. So that actually doesn't make a changing factor in that second series. It doesn't play a factor until the third. So it's all down to seeding. And with Wassup initially being that 7th seed, I believe, they will play the second seed provided the first and the second took victory. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. I understand if it's a bit complicated there, but I believe first seed was NRG and second was Complexity. So if I were to bet my money, and I'm not a betting man, I would say Complexity, which will be a really tough matchup and a fascinating one as well, ever since their roster change. We did see the ball leave for Frosty, who escapes from SSG to join that roster. And while it's rather international, it's certainly not a group of 3 players I would expect to see come together. But I will wait for those confirmations. For now, I am just going to go refill my water and put us on a very short break. And ladies and gentlemen, I suggest you do the same. Because like I said, it's going to be a long night. There's going to be a lot of action. There's going to be a lot of screaming and celebrating. So you want to make sure those throats are safe. I will see you all after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to wait for every single series of our group to be played before all the seedings can come together and our second series can begin. So we need NRG versus the boys to end. What on earth is going on with NRG? Why are they going to Game 5 versus the boys? I mean, Aqua, Jordan and Percy... I mean, it's not a bad group of players, certainly not. But this is NRG that we're talking about here, and they're struggling under the weight of this insane result that we're seeing here. I might just give it a little refresh. But what is going on here in North America? How are we allowing something like this to happen? That's meant to be the creme de la creme of what North America has. That sounds like there's a space available that Wassup can just slide in, right? I mean, if NRG are not going to perform in their first series of the day and sweep, and Wassup can do it, I mean, in my eyes, that makes us the stronger team, right? Am I cooking here, chat? Is this correct? Are these the right assumptions to be making? I mean, that is ridiculous. What is going on? I mean, NRG... I will say, especially this season, during the Swiss stages, and a lot as well, in fairness, during the GSL, they're seemingly quite slow starters, and they just randomly drop these series or games are way closer than they should be, and it's just completely out of nowhere. Like I said, the talent on the boys roster are not awful by any means. In fact, they came in as that 9th seed, so they were the best team from that lower half. And, well, Percy, Evo, and Aqua, it kind of makes sense when you hear the names. But what was it? 11 grand finals in a row, including, you know, majors and worlds and all that good stuff that this NRG team have been on. And if any of you guys watched Open 4 and that final day, you saw how strong they were there. It's just absolutely baffling to me. But here for the Swiss stage, all right, you got to be a shark. Like I mentioned before, you got to smell that blood in the water. You got to see that if certain teams are going to underperform, that sounds like a spot that you might just have to steal yourself. I'm hoping that these players will be able to steal some of those top spots because, of course, getting that great seeding heading into the GSL stage is so extremely helpful. And they were not in the best seeding last time, having to go to round 5 of that Swiss stage. But fascinating that I believe if the boys were able to win here, we would likely go from playing complexity to, I want to say, deleted gaming, which is definitely your favourable matchup there on paper, if we are going to compare those two teams, if they're at their best, in my humble opinion. I rate that complexity team really highly. I even rated them high before they made that roster change. I feel like the only reason they did make that change is that, you know, they want to be number one. They likely would have consistently stayed in that top 4 position, but they're looking for that little bit more. And, well, you cannot shade the ambition of that roster and their management. So, quite simply, all power to them. And I am being told to refresh the page on Liquipedia. Do we have a result coming through between NRG and the boys? Not quite yet. We will be waiting to hear that result. And if it is NRG losing that series, that would just be incredible. And that would make it that, in this specific instance, Wassup completely clear NRG. And I feel like we can keep that consistently over the rest of the Open, perhaps even the rest of the season. I'm certainly all for that. I am just getting some logos together for some of these teams before the next matchup. The ones that I believe we are most likely to play, that being complexity and deleted gaming, if that loss does come through. And if I have calculated this all wrong, then I do apologise for, you know, selling a dream here, because it would be quite a big test in that second series. And looking at the bracket, NRG did win. They did win. So I think we'll be playing Complexity, ladies and gentlemen, which was alluded to in chat as being a really fun matchup. I'd have to agree. I love the pace of play that Complexity Gaming consistently play at. And I feel like Wassup will be looking to try and match that. You could see some of those faster plays start to form. They were certainly beating their first opponents to every ball, and a lot of that coming from their perfect positioning. It's not just about, getting those boost counts high and grabbing all the big ones wide and in those corners. That's maybe what your plat teammates will be telling you. It's about keeping that momentum forward and being at a decent place in that first instance, so that you don't have to spend that time recovering yourself and trudging yourself to that point. Even if you're supersonic, you're still going to get beat in that instance. And that's something that these players have absolutely nailed in that first series. And I want them to be able to continue here in this second against a roster which is going to be extremely tough to beat. But to be some of the best, you do have to beat some of the best. Hi, man. How are you? I'm doing very, very well, Charlie Coolboy. Welcome to the stream. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. I hope you're ready to see some Wassup action. Like I said, hopefully playing against Complexity, if all my calculations have been correct. And it just means that we avoid NRG as well. We did have to play them in the GSL stage in that first round. That knocked them to lowers. How long are you going to be live for? As long as it takes for Wassup to qualify. So we're going to be heading into the second series of the day. They're going to have to win 3 series to qualify, and then stream is over, or they have to lose 3 series to get knocked out, and then stream is over. It is all best of 5s. They have already won the first round, so we're going to be here for quite some time, Charlie. So I hope that you do enjoy your time here in the meantime. And I am checking the start GGs, and those lobbies are starting to be made now. And we'll be able to check in very, very soon and get ourselves some action back on the pitch. It was such a joy to watch them in that first series. I am eager to see it again. It was actually kind of a shame that they were able to sweep, because it just went so fast. We had all this waiting time afterwards, waiting for NRG to sort themselves out and win that game 5 they had to start themselves off with. And 2 birthdays as well, we pointed out before. One for Jarzy, one for Devo on Star Wars Day. I'm already in the 5th of May, so celebrations would end over here in the UK, but you've still got a few extra hours over there in North America, especially if you're on the western side. I'm just looking for updates across the other bracket as well. See if there were any shocks to come out here in Open 5. 3rd of May is better, 4th is bad. It was, for context, wife sis in chat, believe it or not, is my girlfriend. And it was her birthday yesterday. Oh, I do see Pirates on a Boat going to the lower bracket. That's after a loss versus Flight. And 9 Lives going to the lower bracket after getting swept by CMK. So Group B has a fair bit of drama going their way at the moment. That's pretty incredible, it must be said. It's just something about North America and these Swisses where there is always something that you just would not expect in that first round. If you try to put a prediction bracket together for North America, you are wasting your time, and you might as well just enroll yourself into the lottery, frankly, because you would have probably more of a chance to get things 100% accurate there. And at least, with one of them, you just get pride. The other one, you get millions of dollars. And I kind of see where I'm favoring in that regards. Something a little bit more likely, though, than predicting all the Swiss matchups and entering the lottery will be Wassup being able to put up a fight against Complexity, which are confirmed to be our opponents. I was correct in my forward thinking and understanding of the Swiss bracket. It's only taken 5 opens with this new season to, start to get it together. I know it has been rather confusing for people at home, and it does create some rather awkward seedings, I would say, a little bit later in the Swiss, and certainly when it comes to placing seeded players for that GSL. I hope they change it, if I'm being completely honest, next season for RLCS 2026. But, you know, it was nice that they tried something new at the very least. But I know that Shay is, I believe, on his road to Partner Plus. Can any mods confirm that in chat? I saw that he was making great progress. I saw him tweet about it. And, oh, actually, there's a message there talking about it. And, well, it's not usually going to be me on this screen. It's going to be a man with much more charisma and a way less annoying British voice, Uncle Che, that you'd be supporting. He is currently, of course, suffering from an injury, which we do wish him the absolute best in his recovery journey for, which is why I'm here in the first place. And players getting themselves onto the pitch. The next series, ladies and gentlemen, are ready to begin to continue the run of Wassup. And, well, that's not how I expected the teams to be organised. Heading straight in, it is going to be Complexity Gaming as our opponent, as I must have confirmed about 20 times over now. This is going to be a huge test for Wassup because Complexity, objectively, one of the best teams in North America. And Wassup already looking to shake him up with the first goal of the series. And it is that man, Devo, who stole the show in Series 1 to get us started. Leading the charge in the second. But Complexity Gaming, I'm sure, will not let the score lines remain. I think you'll be looking for an insurance here if you're one of these Wassup players, because having to hold off Complexity Gaming for essentially a full 5 minutes is going to be a really tough task. I think you'd rather outscore them at this point. You can already see that pressure ramping up early from Complexity. Looking to get that goal back. That's a fantastic save from Jazzy. Frosty fair off that back wall. Expert, though, able to tap this one forward and lay it off here to Devo, who will go on the underlap to try and keep a sense of possession. But that one touch by CRR, we'll see him grab back into the Complexity favour. Oh, I like the back pass attempted there from Expert. That is a really professional play coming out. 50's there with DS will drop. Expert with the demo. Opens up that little bit of space. And you've got to take full advantage of that 2v3 situation. Diaz just responds. And he has been able to pick himself up a few pads. He's made himself available as that second man. And Wassup weren't out allowed to let this drop. And they haven't. Devo pinches it down. It's landed favourably. And there's your second goal of the game. On for a hat-trick yet again. Just like we saw in the first series. But the stakes, the opponents, and the impressiveness of it only increasing as opposed to what we saw before. There is a fire in the bellies of Wassup. They came out swinging with confidence. It did not matter the names of those opponents they faced. They know they can back themselves. I wonder if those words were uttered by either one of their coaches, or if the players already were just capable of that self-belief. CRR with that wall touch to get it to Diaz. That's a mechanical play to see their first goal. And you give credit where credit's due. That's a wonderful little sequence. CRR with the sidewall read. Sets up nicely for Diaz with the flip reset catch. Just tucks its way into that bottom right corner. And Wassup do draw their first concession here. Expert had to be careful on that back wall. I was a little bit worried about that first setup that Complexity Gaming were able to have. It's three really mechanical players on the other side of the pitch. Feels like if you give them any space and time, and if they get a confident first touch off the ball, you have to be on your best behaviour. You have to be completely focused. You've had that warm-up game to prepare yourself for that tougher competition. And now you've got to shift it up that extra gear. It's Diaz back on. Expert wants to drop it down. Those 50s, though, going in favour of that 1v1 main. And a little bit of Brazilian samba. He does it in style. Dances with the ball. to bring this one to equal. And Wassup were able to get themselves that 2-goal lead. And I said it before, they would struggle to hold off against Complexity Gaming for a full 5 minutes. They're a very offensive, focused roster. That's why it's so entertaining when you watch them play against the likes of the Ultimates, because it is just seemingly goal after goal after goal. Mechanical play attempted after mechanical play. There's a double tap, which was looking for the back of the net. Instead, just slams down off the ground, and it was nothing too challenging for the defense. What a recovery there from Jarzy. I thought it was over when he looked awkward on that recovery. But he was able to get that B plan underway. Expert off that back wall. No one was there to challenge for Wassup. The same could be said for Complexity initially. And it's why it'll be frustrating to see that open backboard see itself go wasted. But still scorelines remaining equal. And I'm really impressed with Wassup in this first game. Going toe-to-toe with Complexity certainly is not for anyone. In fact, it's not for a majority of the world. These guys making international competition were able to make some waves there as well. Struggling in this first game against Wassup, but they are able to squeak themselves a lead. And it is that player Diaz yet again. It's just so dangerous when he's in possession. Whether he's going to set up a teammate, find some space, or just go for the shot himself. You really cannot allow any space. Violent Nacho saying in chat, Wassup ties this up and wins. Don't worry, don't worry. I love that confidence. An expert will certainly keep those chances alive with that save. They might be required again. Jarzy got there first. The German looking to step up. This is a rather international matchup all round. Oh, but Diaz is just so strong in the game. 4 goals coming out of 7 shots. Look at that for a catch. Second tap will come off that crossbar. You hear that slight ding, and then the explosion that followed as he found the target. And now Wassup? They had a 2-goal lead. Now they sit on a double deficit to the hands of Complexity. They'll be looking to get a triple deficit. If they are unable to defend this one, it's a little bit awkward there at that front post, and it's low boost all round. Devo's going to have to bail away from the play for that big boost. And likely required to challenge Frosty after their next few touches, but turning around fast is going to be Jarzy. Expert wanted it. And that miscommunication does spell danger because Complexity can be quick on the counter, but Devo even faster on his recovery to be able to hold this one off. But you didn't want to give away possession. You need 2 goals in quick succession. And having to fight for the ball back instead of focusing on just finding that back of the net and that killer pass just allows that time to whittle down even more. It plays in the hands of Complexity Gaming. 10 seconds left on the clock. And it will feel like a final victory lap here for Complexity. But either way, I am extremely impressed of what I saw from Wassup, especially in the opening stage of that game. To be able to grab themselves a 2-goal lead against one of North America's finest just goes to show the talent that this roster has on their hands. And that this game isn't as clear-cut and one way as I feel like a lot of people would have been predicting heading into it. Wassup certainly have a chance, and I would love to see them continue to prove that in this second game. They'll have to go the full distance. They were able to hold on for about 2.5 minutes. But in that second half, Complexity Gaming started to build off the back of that momentum and eventually were able to take that first home. Will we see fireworks quick out the gates yet again here from Wassup? We'll have to find out after this kickoff and after this defense as well. There was a pre-jumping Complexity Gaming player on that right wall ready to be sniped, but shut down here by Wassup. Sees them having to go to their second plan. Devo will sit on. Completely demoed away. And I feel like that's Complexity Gaming there, recognizing the danger that Devo can provide when he's in possession. They're going to respect him a lot after that first performance and that touch as well. There's no one there on the follow-up. CRR looks awkward, but that demo from Frosty on Expert Made it so that there wasn't a challenging man there ready for those heavy touches. And now it's Diaz. You can't give him a back wall because he's just so creative. Knowing he's not going to be able to get that shot off, goes for the bump instead. And it'll be Frosty to find that bottom corner. Ice cold from the snowman. It can be a slightly tilting way to concede, but those bump plays becoming increasingly common. What a recovery from Frosty. Oh my goodness. Couldn't quite find the target. But it just shows you that you'll go for a play which would be enough against any other roster. But against this talent, you have to go that extra mile. Good demo there from Devo. If you can't beat him, delete him. Classic phrase, of course, from the North American mainstream. Frosty is on. Here's a nice little flip reset, but CRR won't be able to get that in the danger area. More work is going to be required. Devo knocks it over. Expert escaping that demo that he watched his teammate face by just hiding inside his own net. Now able to pass this one forward. Jarzi, though, that ball found the wrong half of his car. I feel like they wanted Expert. And there was just a bit too much pace behind the ball to get that one off. Still, though, again within one goal on that knife's edge. You should still be believing here for Wassup. And it's great to see that support in chat from Violent Nachos as well. And if the mods don't mind, if anyone else in here would like to show their support, I implore you to keep that copy pasta going. Join in the fun, join in the support, allow the players to feed off your energy. Because they're going to need absolutely everything they can get against these major contenders. Diaz pops it up. Expert finds Devo. There were two defenders. Diaz alone was enough. It's a good save, but it's showing that Wassup are capable. There are cracks there showing in the complexity defense. They should have never allowed that much space in the corner for the pass to even come off in the first place. And you've got to give props to Wassup as well for recognising that that space was open. For Devo to positioning himself beautifully to take that shot off after that pass was thrown inside. Devo. Down to Jarzi. That's a lovely first touch. The reset will follow, but Frosty, with a full tank of boost, will make light work of it. Expert is going to have to be that second man option. That bump doesn't land, and he might just feel the rough ends of it. Jarzi, though, continues to keep this game flowing. There's still hope for Wassup. If a mistake comes out of CRR, we would have grabbed an equaliser, but assuming a mistake out of such a talented player might be wishful thinking. Devo high off the ceiling. Expert nothing in the tank, and that's something that Complexity Gaming are so good at. It's putting themselves in that boost advantage. They're so resourceful that they don't really use their boost unless they need to. And like I alluded to before the series began, my compliment I had for Wassup is ever the same for Complexity Gaming to an elite level. They position so well that they don't have to use that much boost to get to that ball first. Jarzi. Taps down. This is going to be simple for Frosty to take charge of, but that first touch was not pretty. Frosty over. CRR looming for that redirect. Jarzi doesn't fall for the bait. He thought for a second that we were going to see a touch from CRR. Instead, him bailing away from the ball. Saw Jarzi just reposition himself to get that one out wide. It's not just about making those saves. It's putting it in safety as well, so a follow-up player won't just tap it home. Devo with a demo. Frosty is alone, but he is very dangerous by himself. Jarzi can't get a read. Diaz looking for the second. Expert will get the save. A crossbar will ding. And Devo will move it to the corner. 20 seconds to try and push this one into an overtime. But they have to defend this play first. Expert gets a bump on his own teammate. He's back into that corner. CRR's bumped into the play. They're just trading blow for blows on their own men at these final 30 seconds. That ground, ladies and gentlemen, starting to heat up. It's turning to lava for Wassup. They must keep it up, but that hot potato game is failed there by Complexity Gaming, who put themselves to a 2-game advantage, and now it's reverse sweeps as the requirement for Wassup. But again, a 1-goal difference to end it. It was 2 in the game before, but that was after A very, very late goal to make it that fourth, once Wassup had already established that they did have to play really brave and offensive. So they are close. They are doable. Reverse sweep could be on the cards. Probability would say that's not the case. But probability doesn't decide games. Gameplay does. Will Wassup be able to pick themselves up here in this third game? Coach Moon about to say something to get this reverse sweep started. Absolutely. They do have two coaches as an option here to just light that fire back for Wassup, who are definitely good enough to take a game away from Complexity Gaming. And if you needed any further proof, experts will provide. A lovely setup there from Jarzy. Frosty doesn't get the touch he wants. An expert completely punishes him with that dive. And Wassup will be ahead in the first 20 seconds. But we saw this in game one. They were even able to grab a second Wassup. But we know that Complexity Gaming are a hard team to hold off for a full 5 minutes. However, only conceding one in the game beforehand is certainly a step in that right direction. Keep that same energy and just score an extra for yourselves as insurance. You'll be in very good stride. Devo on. Just wants to pop it over Diaz instead. That will just force a heavy touch for Expert to get involved. And now you see that swapping in rotation of those players for those higher boost players to be available. Devo's back. Second goal in the first minutes. Reminiscent of game one, but it's time to rewrite the ending. This isn't a straight up rescreening. Wassup are here to flip the script. And to flip the series on its head as well, with a reverse sweep being what they have to go for if they want to find themselves in that 2-0 bracket. Devo, space, time, backboard, fakes it here for Jarzy. And Complexity Gaming, dare I say, ladies and gentlemen. They're looking a bit worried. They're looking a little bit scared. Frosty needs to go for something special, but Devo and Jarzy aren't going to let it happen. Neither is Expert. Diaz is available, however. And will catch that one for the first goal of the game, but we only conceded one in the game before. I'm happy to keep that record. I'm happy for that pattern to continue. I'm sure everyone in chat will be of that same opinion. Diaz is cheating. I'm not going to throw around those allegations actually violent nachos. But all I'm saying is I'm seeing him do things to the ball that I've not really seen anyone else in the world is capable of doing of. Whether that means he's really good at the game or he's got something funky going on. I'll let chat decide. You'll take the heat? Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So any admins watching, I know Vodable was here earlier. Violent Nachos is who you want to go to here for any punishments for these allegations that are being thrown against Complexity. And, well, this isn't an allegation. It's straight up true. But the players here on Wassup are extremely strong and very capable of taking Complexity down in this game. It is in their hands. But we're still waiting for that second half of the game to begin. That was only the first. It feels like it lasted forever. Devo wants to double again. It doesn't land. Expert committed themselves as well. Luckily, Jarzy was available to prevent that counter-attack from forming. And it is a Complexity Gaming, often just left scrambling in their own box. Double demo coming from Devo. Frosty will spawn on that side, however. So remains close to the action. Was able to pick up 100 boost. Diaz will look for that double tap. Instead, puts it high for the favour of Wassup to be able to recover themselves. Devo will strike on a counter. Another opportunity looming here off the back wall. But well defended by Complexity Gaming, who have given themselves more work to do. What a dunk from Devo. Jarzy already up. You're starting to see that bravery come across now. And whatever the coaches would have been saying between Game 2 and Game 3, my goodness, I can see how they earn their flowers here. Because this has been such a huge change of pace. Even when Wassup had the lead in that first game, they weren't the dominant team. Now they look like the dominant team. And it's Complexity Gaming forced to make these last-ditch saves on their own lines. But even if you're going to be that dominant team, you're going to have all the possession against Complexity. They're just so consistent and prolific in front of net. That 2 chances when they're at their best would be enough, but the defensive capabilities of Wassup have held them in the lead. It's Frosty off the corner. What a save from Devo, but again, it's Diaz in the right place at the right time. Back to equal. And you would hope here that the players have their heads screwed on, know that they have been the stronger team. And that is something that can continue after this kickoff. I wouldn't change anything if I were these players. And if they lose, I guess that's just luck of the draw. Diaz on. Frosty wants to take it across. Devo to that right wall. And it is going to be CRR essentially passing it to Expert. A booming ball is not quite what I expected him to go for here. Typically a much more controlled player in those regards. Diaz high will find CRR. And when they start stringing those passes, it's when you start to get nervous. When they're jumping early. When Devo backflips on his own line. And you just felt it start to heat up. When Complexity Gaming are at their best. There's not many that can shut them down in defense. And now 33 seconds for the first time in Game 3. It's going to be Wassup as that chasing team. The ones that are going to have to throw the kitchen sink at them. The stove, the oven, whatever appliances you've got, every single piece of cutlery. Put it all out for these final 15 seconds. You don't want to regret it. You want to get yourself that win, even if it's just for the confidence, even if you lose in the 4th. 5 seconds down. Diaz on. Just wanting to let that one linger down. Devo will hit it high. CRR will be that upper option. And these guys are professionals. They will just be looking for ground. That's on target by Expert. Diaz double commits with another teammate. Tries to send it long. It's going to be another attempt here coming from Complexity. And now just make it 4 and 0 seconds. That is a touch of class from Complexity Gaming. Fair play to them. GG's thrown in chat there from Experts. What a game that was. But you're going to be looking at the top of the screen here. Certain man are going to be looking at that record on Liquipedia, on Start GG. They're going to be seeing a 3-0 sweep and they're going to get a very different idea of what that series had in store. That was incredibly impressive, in my humble opinion, there from Wassup. They likely should have gotten a game out of it, you could argue, especially that last one, just slipping through their fingers in those final minutes. But they forced the best out of Complexity Gaming. And not many teams can say that. I can tell you that the first opponents that Complexity Gaming had, which was actually Gas, Garrett G, AJ and Squishy Muffins, I can imagine they didn't force as much out of Complexity, just like Wassup were able to do. They were able to take a game, but I'm sure Complexity were also getting themselves warmed up. That was them at essentially close to full pelt, and Wassup were able to go toe-to-toe. It's one of those where you would say, on a different day, maybe it goes in a different direction. Maybe we'd find ourselves in a 2-0 bracket. Instead, we will find ourselves in the neutral 1-1s, where there will be a whole big range of competition that we could potentially be facing. And unfortunately, I cannot give you an early prediction of who those opponents are going to be. This is very much going to have to be waiting until that final series is complete and Liquipedia do all the calculations for me. Because that's just how it works with that BU score. Every single series result now will alter the standings in some way, somewhere else, because it's all based on how your opponents are performing. It creates a massive chain effect. It's a little bit confusing, and frankly, I hope they get rid of it next season, like I said before. But, you know, this is meant to be a Wassup team stream, not a BU system hate stream, and it is, you know, at times slowly rolling to that, and I do apologise because, you know, Uncle Shay's got a lovely community, and we want to spread some love here, I'm sure. We want to spread some love. I hope you guys have lots of love for those players that you watched play. because they're going to need that support in that third series, which should theoretically be an easier matchup. Usually when you lose a series in Swiss, you get an easier opponent, and when you win a match in Swiss, you will get a tougher opponent. So hopefully those will start to balance out. And it is going to be a rather long break between Series 2 and Series 3. And I feel like as much has been said about that second series as is possible. So I'm just going to use this moment to say, first of all, thank you so much for the support in chat. You all have been a wonderful community. You've been on your best behavior, just like Uncle Jay told me you guys would be. And I did want to just use this moment as well to thank Unc himself for allowing me to be on the broadcast to host this team stream, because frankly, Wassup are a fantastic roster, and it is a pleasure for any caster to be able to cover a team like that. And speaking of the uncle, of course, he is recovering from an injury. You know, it is tough for them. You want to make his day. Why don't you add a sub? Come on. Maybe a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. They all contribute to him trying to get Partner Plus. When he comes back from his broken back and he's all recovered and all happy to sit in his chair and stream again, let him be that step closer to Partner Plus. Just give him that almost as like a little bit of a welcome home gift to surprise him, because he's totally not watching this stream right now. This is the final month. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final stretch. Be a part of it. If you want to be one of those OGs that can say that you made it happen, you helped the wonderful Uncle Shay reach that Partner Plus milestone. Time is running out to be able to do it, because I'm telling you now, it's guaranteed that he's going to reach that point eventually. A man of that grind with such talents for streaming and such a wonderful personality as well. It's going to come eventually, but wouldn't it be great if you were a part of it and made it those few moments earlier. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, it's going to be a long break between Series 2 and Series 3. I would predict maybe 15 minutes. For now, I'm going to go on a break. I'll probably join the stream a little bit early to get you guys occupied, but it is 20 past 1 in the UK, so I'm going to use a moment to get my marbles together. Maybe I'll make myself a coffee, but that feels like too much of a privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you back after the break. Goodbye. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I got us on a little bit of a different screen here because I thought, you know, I've mentioned it so many times, this BU score that we have running for the Swiss stage. And I thought that, first of all, I would show you the bracket that we're working with. Oh, I just got a sign to refresh, so there's going to be an update. And I'm going to see if I can help talk your way through it. So this is the Swiss stage. This is where we sit at the moment. Our boys are over here. They've got to add our logo soon. I mean, come on, ladies and gentlemen. We know what a logo looks like. And as you can see, we have a BU score of 2. Now, what does that mean? Now, I said that our BU score was based on the performance of our opponents. Well, who was our first opponent? It's Telekinesis. They currently sit on a 1-1 record. So that provides 0 to our BU score because the difference between 1 and 1 is 0. And then the second team we played is Complexity. Now, Complexity are going positive 2-0. So that adds 2 to our BU score. Hence, our BU score is 0 from Telekinesis plus 2 from Complexity. And we get a total of 2 here. Now, if we look around at a different team, like the likes of Na, in the first round they played the Lemons, who it currently stands, they're on -1, going 0-1. So that will be -1 added to Na's BU score. But then the Ultimates are 2-0, which is an added 2. So -1 plus 2 is going to be 1 on your BU score. And now this is the way that nowadays they're trying to seed the Swiss, whereas it used to be game differential. So if you won 3-2, it actually meant something compared to... it actually did mean something instead of, you know, getting swept. Whereas in this current system, if you're swept, it doesn't matter. It makes no difference compared to if you were game 5'd. Because it's just about the series results of your opponent. So I'm hoping that that gives you somewhat of an idea here of this, you know, confusing new system that they decided to add to the Rlcs. But I tell you what, Swiss, ladies and gentlemen, is never going to really be all that simple. Let's look at some of the results that have gone through. We see Gas go 0-2 down. Telekinesis, those that we played, popping themselves up. Another point about the Swiss, you cannot rematch an opponent. Violent Nachos, you think it's a little cute. You think the system's a little bit cute. What? It's NRG again? It's a game 5. Hold on a minute. How did I let this slide? Why are they in game 5 in a second series? What on earth? Who is Schnitzelhaus? Who is Schnitzelhaus? Let's find him. Let's find him. I could just be typing, but I like the thrill of the search. I could just control F laser. Oh, there they are. Oh, Lion Blaze, Cyan Peda. I mean, it's a good team. It's a good team. But dare I say, you know, there's a bit of a difference between them and NRG, I thought. I mean, what kind of day are they having at the moment? Strong team, but not like NRG strong, you wouldn't think. Apparently better, we're finding out. And I am constantly refreshing because it gives me a sign to say when another score has updated. Shout out Violent Nachos for the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very much for that. Shay will show his excitement in chat. He can't do it in the VC, so I'll do it for him. So big up. Violet Nachos, one step closer, of course, to Che getting that Partner Plus. But for potential opponents, so far that we can see, it's going to be someone who's got the same record as us. So it could be Deleted Gaming, it could be Na, who we actually do have a rivalry with. They knocked us out of the lower brackets of the GSL stage last open. That we could potentially play the boys. We can't play Telekinesis because we've already played them today. But the boys, I believe that was the team that the boys played yesterday. Percy, Evo, no, I'm lying. Those are the ones that played NRG. Yeah, okay. I knew I recognised the name somewhere. Sorry about that. Potential other opponents to join us. Whoever wins between Lotus 80 Sports and the Lemons. And whoever wins between Backyardians and Bubble Sort. And if we're looking up, the loser of NRG and Schnitzelhaus is a potential opponent. So at this point, we're kind of hoping that NRG do not throw. Because I feel like if I'm being honest here, ladies and gentlemen, the team would rather play Schnitzelhaus than NRG, unless they're just up for the challenge. Che says, give us NRG. That doesn't sound like Uncle Che. What can I say? I've got a bit of a cold, and with it came, you know, constant hair growth. Just so much hair to deal with. I'm British. Che, do you want to give... What would Che say? Give me something to say in my funny British accent. I heard that you have a yabba dabba doo shot. I saw that on your Twitter. What's going on here? So Dr. Forehead, this is an official RLCS team stream for Wassup. Wassup is a fantastic team. They've been doing really well today. It is Jarzi, Devo, and Experts. And we are going to see if they can qualify to the main event of NA, because Dr. Che is injured. He's got a back injury. He got I would hope to say, a fellow caster on the scene to fill that spot for him to run this RLCS team stream. You guys had, I believe it was Ground Zero yesterday. He's actually a really good friend of mine. I've casted Wild alongside him and numerous other competitions. He lives in Ireland. I live in England, so we're rather close together. So that's always nice. And at the moment, we are just waiting for the result of this final series to find out who our opponents will be. The boys' BU score, subject to change, depending on the result of this matchup. Same with, yeah, it is all the boys waiting to see their BU change, which is quite funny. Hopefully that game's over. I feel like they've been playing for ages. We love Europeans in this stream. We love to see it. Some North Americans have different opinions, and that's okay. Some of us are really annoying. I'll admit it. I'm pretty annoying sometimes. But Che deals with me, okay? He deals with me, and that's really kind of him to do. Look to see if there's any shock results on this side of a bracket. I mean, what? 9 lives going 0-2? Huh? They were supposed to be in major contention. What is going on with 9 lives? They lose to CMK and LSR. Let's have a look. CMK, 0 for Pete Swaz. I mean, decent team. LSR, Snaz, Roxers, and Luna Brawler. Okay, would not expect that result to go against 9 lives, being completely honest with you. We also see Little Step Bros get swept by Shopify, losing to SOS. That's kind of an expected result, I would say. SimTalk grabbing themselves a win. They also managed to take a game against Gen G. And my goodness, we are waiting forever for NRG versus Schnitzelhaus. I'm going to see if I can get a cheeky peek of how that game is going. I'm not going to bring it up on stream just because it caused a few... And I've got an ad. NRG, don't do this to me. Do not do this to me. I just want to know the result of the game. Oh, wait, the chat... Oh, the chat seems devastated. Guys, I think NRG lost. Oh my goodness, NRG lost. It's confirmed. NRG have now officially become a potential opponent. Oh my goodness. Chat, not like this. Not like this. Chase said, bring them on. Well, be careful what you wish for, my friend, because we might just get them now. Hold on, I can work this out. Right. So we are in the upper half. We should play the boys, I think. If there's no swappings because people have already played each other, I believe we should have the boys as our opponents. That is, well, I literally just pointed them out. They went to Game 5 versus NRG, so they're a team to look out for. It is Percy, Evo, and Aqua. It's good to see that trio competing. Aqua, of course, one of those early names when Daniel started to first come onto the scene. Aqua was within that same regard. They were going to reach age to be able to play in the RLCS at similar times. Of course, they've had very different trajectories in terms of their careers, but Aqua still a very solid player. Same can be said about Evo, another one of those impressive youngsters that just kind of burst on and had a very good time. Jay asking Violent Nachos if this is their first time in stream. Frankly, I hope Violent Nachos is here for every stream. And I hope that Violent Nachos shows up to some of my streams as well on my channel, if they would like, because they've been lovely. I've really enjoyed their time here. So shout out Violent Nachos. Shout out. But I will be updating the overlays and stuff to get us prepared. Coach Moon's friend. Oh, you'll love to hear it. You'll love to hear it. Ah, so that's why you were so insistent on Moon slapping the players back into shape, huh? That makes more sense. I mean, of course, we all have that expectation regardless, with him being a man of such qualities. And I think we're going to move on to this screen now as we just await the making of those lobbies and to get us back into the action. And this won't be an easy matchup. It really will not. Should be easier than complexity. Like I said, if you lose a game, it typically does get easier. This is interesting. When you click on the link of the boys, it takes you to a really old team with Alot's, Burrito B, and Calix. Those are certainly some names I haven't heard in a while. However, Alot, I run into all the time in ranked, and he absolutely destroys me. It's nice to see a legend of a game is still playing, and I have seen one step of confirmation that the boys are in fact going to be our opponents, and that comes off the back of Liquipedia doing all the calculations for us, but still to be confirmed by StartGG. But Liquipedia, very rarely wrong. They've got a wonderful group there of volunteers who keep that site running, and it is, well, the most useful thing we have to do with Rocket League. So absolutely shout out to all those people. But looking at this upcoming team, Aqua, of course, formerly of Pioneers, Evo, formerly of Tech, and Percy, formerly of Omelette. This is going to be quite the series we're going to have on our hands. Tech had a bit of an awkward last split, especially with those issues when it came to sign-ups. I believe they were not able to play. I want to say it was the second Open of the season, but then they came back in the third, gave us a taste of what they were made of, and, well, Evo is an extremely strong player. And they actually had to leave their last Open 4 via a forfeit. I did forget about that. That was pretty brutal. Coming because I believe it was actually Evo's internet was the one that died. So we don't really know the full capabilities of this roster realistically because of that forced forfeit they had to go through, which again, absolutely devastating. I don't wish that against any opponents here in the bracket. I do just like the gameplay to speak for itself. But they seem to be doing well today. Game 5 versus NRG, where they did unfortunately lose, and then a sweep against Taha Buffy Miss puts them in this 1-1 round. And they will unfortunately have to get slapped back into the 1-2 round after Wassup are done with them. Want to have that confident. Want to have some of that support in chat. I've been very impressed with what I've seen so far. Let's get this party started. I'm just waiting for Start to make these lobbies, which we did know, you know, what the opponents were going to be a while ago. So it's just a little bit of a delay there admin-wise. But, again, all a wonderful group of people. Without them, this simply would not run. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes for those admins, by the way. I do know a fair few of them, and you wouldn't believe some of the stuff they have to deal with. I'll be completely honest with you. I'll be completely honest. So, I didn't expect to be on camera for such a long time. I thought we'd get this gameplay started. I feel like you guys are sick of seeing my face. I think you'd rather see the much more, you know, beautiful and aesthetic gameplay of the players as opposed to this face. But luckily, we do have some in-house supporters. It's not just those here in the Twitch chat. It is also, of course, my two pigs in the background. Let's bring them forward. Let's bring them on screen. Truffles, you know, has been a Wassup diehard from young. From young. Was born supporting Evo. Knew that eventually he was going to get himself main events and grow up to be a fantastic player. Whereas this one over here, more of a Jarzy person. You know, this is, you know, he'd make a German sausage. Let's just say that. Of course, we're not going to turn him into a German sausage, but he does have that heritage. Hence the love for Jarzy. And they've been very impressed with their performances so far, especially in that second series, despite the loss. So they will be continuing to support from a distance as the lobbies... the Start GG check-ins have been created, and we'll be getting in those lobbies very soon. They do get a little bit impatient, and that's okay because I do sometimes as well. Yeah, we got Truffles here, and we've got Norig. He's from IKEA, but he's not Swedish because I've just decided he's German right now, and I'm not going to change my story. You know, that's breaking the fourth wall there. I didn't stay for the full stream last night. I'm lost. You joined at an amazing time, TP23 the boss. You joined at an amazing time. So what we're doing is we're talking about my piggies and how they support the wonderful Wassup, because this is an official team stream for NA's Wassup. That's a team of Jarzy, Devo, and Expert. Yesterday, they were able to qualify themselves for the Swiss stage, and we hope that by the end of tonight, they can qualify for the North American main event and return to that former glory, just like they did in the last Open. And, just as a bonus, it's Devo and Jarzy's birthday, May the 4th. So, like I said, hopefully the force is in their favour. The force is strong with these ones in their next series, where they will be playing the boys. Both teams have checked in, so I'm going to put these guys to the side. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. He's going to wave. This pig can wave as well. And we'll get this party started. Set himself up. Can I be honest with you, chat? Can I be really honest with you? I've never been in a break long enough and accidentally, you know, threw myself to this position where I have had to use the pig plushie gambit just to keep us going. That's not something that usually happens, okay? But we got a bit desperate, and NRG decided they want to take forever in all their Game 5s they play. And if you are interested in the team that they will be facing, a team that has been given the bracket of death due to NRG's just weaknesses in the Swiss stage for some reason. Oh, it's going to be Telekinesis. Telekinesis were that first team that we played today in round 1. We were able to sweep them just as they clawed themselves back with a sweeping victory versus Gas. Garrett G got his big brother on the controller, and NRG will be facing them in that next series. That is absolutely devastating. SirPigasus, hello, hello. My friend, I've definitely casted you. I've definitely casted you. Where have I casted you? I'm sure I have, right? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh, you're Perez. You're a coach? Habibtis. Yes, I got it before I read. That counts. That counts. That counts. That counts. I got there before I read it. It's a pleasure to see you, my friend. It's a pleasure to see you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. And congratulations on your run as well. I was really impressed with what I saw. Really, really impressed. So congratulations. And I'll be honest, you had me devastated in that first series. But you know, I apologize. I was not familiar with your game, clearly. And well, you heard it from Che in chat. Anyone new here, hit that follow button. Drop some support for Che. Makes fantastic content just outside. Hello, Kipper. Welcome to the stream. You've joined at the perfect time. because the lobby is being made, and we are going to have our third series of the day. Wassup versus the boys. They were able to take NRG to game 5, these opponents. So there is a lot of pressure on them to perform now. Aqua. I believe Jordan is likely Evo. And Percy, unless it's not. I would imagine that is the case. I will just quickly double check for you, ladies and gentlemen. But hoping to get ourselves off to a big start. Unfortunately, the first goal going into the favour of Percy and the boys. But we don't judge a series on their first goals. It is going to be a long road ahead, with this being a best of 5 and with this being a Swiss stage as well. They can seemingly last forever, but that's why we love it. We get a good showing of the action that these players are capable of, and if you're deserving of that top 16, you've got plenty of time to earn yourself there. And Percy dunks there in the corner by Jarzy. We saw Wassup be able to hold really close games against the likes of Complexity Gaming in the match before. They already start off with further struggles against Aqua and the boys. So you heard it here first. Maybe the boys are a tougher side than Complexity. Like I said, we didn't get to see the full potential of this boys roster due to that forfeit that they were forced to throw out in the last open. And that was them dropping out at 10th place. That was them a step away from making top 8. I believe they would have had to play deleted gaming in that lower round to try and qualify their way through. I want to say off the top of my head that NRG also got a forfeit victory. Well, that is completely off memory, so apology if that's slightly off. We're scammed on blue, Jay says. Well, we shouldn't be scammed on blue, right? Because doesn't blue team on Rocket League have green? And this is an Uncle Shay broadcast. We all love green around here, although I'm a big fan of pink, and that is rather orange coded. Oh my goodness. Maybe you're right, Shay. Maybe I'm the curse. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm the reason that we struggle on the blue team. Even still, I'm sure they'll be able to fight through whatever curses I've been throwing at them. They've got that quality amongst themselves. Evo on wants to go for that fake. That's a lovely setup to Aqua. And to be fair to them, that's a really well-worked third goal. You can't have many complaints either way, because that is just a touch of pure class. And so you guys can see what's hiding up there. I'll move this across. And you will be able to see some of the demos. If there's a shot, if there's an assist, if there's a save, you can get a late read of who the player was that pulled it off. And you'll see there, it was Aqua with a shot. Aqua with the goal. You know what? No. I'm covering that back up. I never want to see that again. That was a big mistake. Admittedly, that's my fault. That is my fault yet again. Okay? I tried to change something up. As soon as we changed it, it just did not go well at all, did it? It really did not go well. Oh my goodness. Save there by Jarzy. Stopping the offensive prowess there of Percy. What a fantastic start the boys have had to the day. Being able to take NRG to game 5. And even if that is a loss, it's certainly a momentum builder. And then getting an incredible start here against the boys in this match. Devo with that demo against Percy. Getting that little bit of revenge. And that bump will land. Jarzy gets a goal back. And there's plenty of time in this first game. I mean, if one team can score 4 goals in the first half, surely so can the other. And we know what Wassup are capable of. They've got 2 coaches, for goodness sake. I mean, I think that should speak for itself. If they want that mental guidance, they certainly have it. Jarzy is experienced down the lines. Devo has proven that he's worthy. An expert, another one who's been around for quite some time as well here in this North American scene. And we have been impressed from him today. Send all your energy. Thank you, Violet. And anyone else in chat wanting to send the energy, send it now, because they need it for this first game. Still 3 goals to try and chase this deficit. Jordan is on. An Expert will hold that 50. Percy wants to throw it forward, wants to get that dunk on, but Devo and Expert, technically a double saver. It's another dummy play coming out there from Aqua. And himself and Evo really love to go for those kinds of plays. And that's just going to keep the defense of Wassup on their toes. They have showed their cards rather early. But in doing so, it just gives something extra. Oh my goodness, for Wassup to think about. How did we survive that? Not even close. Not even close. Crossbar hit. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was a bit of a shake to the system. I was not ready for that. It is 2 o'clock in the morning here in the UK. That's not good for my heart. Wassup still only have 3 to chase after that miss, and it does go to 4. Never mind, I cursed it. Percy again, giving themselves that second goal. I think the goal got smaller. Maybe it did. I would have loved it to be... well, actually, you really could not have made that goal any smaller. It was straight down the middle. That was going in regardless. That was about as down the middle as you could possibly place it. And Pires is sleeping. It says in chats here. That's because, you know, this first game doesn't mean anything, right? Right, Pires? It's because it's not worth watching. We know that second, third, fourth, it's all going to be what's up, and we're going to just pretend that this was just one really bad dream. Because we know what Wassup are capable of. They haven't really shown it in this first game. But that's okay. It's not how you start. It's not even about how you hold down the midfield. It's how you finish. It's getting those 3 in a row. And they can unlock themselves whenever they would like. Expert, go on. A second goal just for the momentum. I mean, to be fair, that is a good save from Jordan. We'll call that a warning shot. We'll say we have them right where we want them. Expert on. Percy will tip it up. Devo's going to try and sit back. Oh, but Jazzy will not. Expert's there. And Devo, from that deeper position, looking to try and make things work. Challenged early by Aqua. Pre-jump from Jazzy. And that would have been a lovely way to finish this first game, despite the series result. What a save from Aqua. And it was actually for us there. Sorry, I really got thrown off by the fact that Aqua just decided to save that for us. I thought I was seeing the wrong colour there. I thought I was going crazy. No, he very much did save that for us. And we do see Evo leaving that game. I wonder what he's got in store. A car change after a 5-1 victory? You'd really think not. And again, hoping he hasn't disconnected. It does say left match. They had us in the first game, not going to lie. I mean, Che, you were saying Wassup in 5. So if Wassup are going to grab it in 5, we had to concede 2 games eventually. So why not get half of it out of the way? I see your energy. I really do. I see your energy. We've got to lock in. Absolutely. And the boys will lock in. I've got that full faith in them. You guys in chat should have that full faith in them. Jazzy, Devo, and Expert have that faith with each other. Cold from waiting? Absolutely. That will definitely play a factor. Jazzy forward. Looking to get us off to an early start. It was a first goal from Percy, which saw them initiate a lead in those first 20 seconds in the game before. But now Devo looking to strike back with that flip reset. Well saved there by Aqua. But that was Jazzy on the back foot. Flip reset. That's a funky little play. But ultimately, Jordan's able to put a stop to it. Percy's there. Expert sends it. Aqua wanted to get that soft first touch. And oh, that's a big miss there from Devo. If he got that touch and found either one of those options inside, that could have been goal number 1 in game 2. Instead, still on that level pegging. Waiting to make a statement. This could be it from Devo. There's the beat. Who cares about misplaced passes in the corner? Just put the ball in the back of your net yourself. What a beat there against Jordan. Use every liquor boost to get on the end of it. And this is what you want after recovering from a game 1 that went so heavily against you. Get yourself that first goal. Grab yourself a bit of momentum, some confidence to build off the back of. And you'll be in a rather fortunate spot. Percy off the wall. Expert. Doesn't challenge. Allows a higher percentage play there for Devo and Jazzy to just work within themselves. Waiting for that right time to strike. Here it is now. Aqua will send it long, and has been caught a bit too high? He has. But that will be, dare I say, just a drop in the bucket there from Aqua. Because when Wassup come back with 4 goals as a response, you're not going to be thinking about that one. Halshay, a little bit of confidence there, and I understand why they felt that confidence. They thought they had all that offensive pressure, and that there was no chance of a 50 going against them in that way. But unfortunately it did. It was a slight miscalculation of the position. But Devo thinks he has this one, Reg. Ozzy always well is beaten. That's another play, a different player, however. But they have just been caught that bit too high. You put them a few car lengths back. That's a really easy clearance, even just towards the wall, if we're not talking about keeping possession themselves. That, I must say, was a worse mistake compared to the first. And you're hoping that they will be able to iron those out. Percy pinching that one across. Aqua somehow gets a touch, but Jarzy, besides, he's having absolutely none of that nonsense. Gets a pinch himself. It's a nice empty jump to keep himself involved. The demo will open up space, and that ball, unfortunately, just going over that backboard. So Expert is not able to commit with 0 boost. There's questions whether he would have been able to regardless. Expert with more that time. But that 15 not landing favourably. It's all going to Devo. Expert from the top rope, looking to get it down to Devo. But it is just these half chances that aren't quite reaching 100%. Those killer passes aren't finding their players. These kill shots not able to beat the defense. But when it actually comes to setting themselves up and getting themselves into the final third in the first place, I've been really impressed with Wassup. Jordan will get the flip reset, and, well, as fancy as it may have looked, that was never going to be a challenge for the defense. Aqua high. Expert locks on, and it's low boost now. This is dangerous, but Expert recovers. Aqua with 2 touches. Percy there. Aqua almost saved. Another goal there from his own teammates. That would have been a lot more impactful than the one he did before. Instead, this time, it will see Wassup trailing a second. And with 2 minutes left, it's essentially a goal a minute required. And they can't allow themselves to concede, but that one waterfalls down. Evo grabs the 4th, and now it is a similar looking scoreline to that first game. It just took them a bit more time to get to that point. It was a really early start from them in game 1, which made it look unchaseable for Wassup. The second game's going to be more frustrating because there was a moment where it was in Wassup's hand, but it just all started to fall apart. And that is going to be a moment of pain there for the players, for sure. But again, 2 coaches as options to try and lock the players back into the game. And, well, you're crying, seemingly. My OBS is as well, for this instance. It's been lovely for a majority of the day. But to be fair, I can understand why you wouldn't want to give those at home clear viewing of this game. It is a bit devastating. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, that will sort itself out. It did beforehand. I'm sure it will again today. Jordan, here in the corner, they'll still be hunting for a 5th. If there's something you've got to give credit to the boys who is they're ferocious. And they do not let off, but hold on a minute here. A goal from Jarzy could potentially be a sign of life. 48 seconds and 2 goals is very doable. Especially if this kickoff can go in our favour. So, lock in. Let's see how this comes out. Expert lays it off to Devo. Doesn't land very well. Aqua's there with 100 boost. Jarzy will look for that challenge. Will fly through. And now it's Expert and Devo as that last line of defense. But that defense needs to turn to offense rather quickly. If they don't want to be forced into a must reverse sweep position, 30 seconds at yellow text. Gonna be a sign of stress for these players, considering the circumstances and the score at the top of your screen. Jordan high. running down that clock. Percy wants the corner read. Jordan puts it up yet again. Aqua not even going to get himself involved. Just knows again, but they just have to defend. Jazzy can't sneak one through. Expert tried. Aqua prevented. And that's game 2 in the favour of the boys who, to give credit, have been playing excellently. You can somewhat see here why they were giving NRG the bit of trouble that they did give them. And now this would look like a lot more dire of a position here for Wassup. Reverse sweep or bust. You find yourself in that 1-2 bracket, and that would lead you with needing to win 2 series in a row. Because of course it is lose 3 or win 3. Lose 3, obviously. You get yourself knocked out. Win 3. And you will be going to that main event. Wassup? They had a little bit of that taste for it during Open 4. They've remembered it on their palates. And you want to have that taste again. But it has to come with a step up in performance in this series, if we're all being honest. And it's not to discredit Wassup. It's also to give a lot of credit to our opponents that have shifted it up a few gears here. And I've noticed that Jazzy is actually the player that hasn't readied up. So maybe to allow some time there for Moon and Thermal Rex to have some words with the players. We'll see if those conversations can reflect themselves on the pitch. Here in game 3, ladies and gentlemen, give Wassup all your love, because they certainly need it against the boys. Don't forget what they're capable of. Don't forget what we saw in those first 2 series and in Open 4. Devo, the youngster on his birthday, has already made runnings at some of the highest levels that this game has to offer. And that means something. Next up, for a reason, Experts and Jazzy, been around for some time. They've had their fair share of high-level experience. The perfect rounding off for this roster. So 2-0 down. I mean, they've been here before. And they've been able to climb back. So why should this time be any different? Why should we be dropping any hope for these players? Keep that train moving. I'll let our blue side show the opponents what's up. I apologise. I'll see myself out. Jordan forward. Devo lurking. Needs that 50. Expert will have to bail back. That will leave Jazzy alone temporarily. Just to waste some time. And maybe turn defence to offence. That's a lovely first flick. The 50 though. Flying wide. Expert with some intention with that quick jump. Has slowed down the offense of the boys, but this will slow down the defensive transition, that demo. Jazzy, though, doing really well considering the resources he had in the tank. That's some creativity. Percy with that second touch. Double commits coming from the defense of Wassup. But ultimately, able to recover themselves well. Jordan, flip reset. Might be looking for that coast to coast instead. We'll just settle to drop it down. Goalless within 2 minutes. And I think we should consider that a positive sign for Wassup, especially with them, facing these 4-5 goal deficits. If they're able to keep their opponents at bay, that's a sign of something special. Oh my god, it's Scrappy in defense. They were able to get the first save. They'll need a second. Jazzy holds it out. And now it's Expert on 0. Percy strike. Not as dangerous as it may have initially seemed, but when you combine that with the first 2 that they had to face, that was a rather scary position. And no, that's not how you want to concede. Divert your eyes. Jordan wanted to find what would have been a really impressive angle. Expert just felt like he had to commit just in case it was on target. Unfortunately, it wasn't. And it just bounces off his car regardless. It is technically a goal from a Wassup player, but it's on the wrong side of the pitch. Expert looking for that double tap, but it was a great first save. The second one couldn't quite follow. Jordan able to end the charge. And you would say that those sweep potentials are increasing by the second. But then where would your passion be? Where's the love for Wassup? There is still time. What a save by Percy. Devo, it was a really nice catch of that infield pass from Expert to get this one across. Expert up yet again. Aqua leaves this one to Percy's hand. Jarzy on. Wants to go high themselves. Devo wants to tip it up. Cannot. It's Expert. They don't know how much boost he has. He's got his flip. It wasn't enough to beat that first man. And you're just concerned looking at the top of the screen. Seeing that 2 change to a 1. Time is running out for Wassup to get this reverse sweep started. And oh, that's an unfortunate miss from Jarzy. All these little plays, all these little seconds add up really quickly. It becomes a higher percentage of the game the more time that passes. Aqua off ceiling. Good denial from Jarzy. What a recovery from Aqua, however. And well, these are a team of 3 professional players that you would expect to make the main event every single time and more on the side of the boys. So it was a tough draw for this series. And Wassup just still trying to establish themselves as those players that are there consistently. Are a complete write-off when you see them at that Swiss stage. And it feels like when they are at their best, they can be close to the level of the boys. But right now, today, this same boys that went toe-to-toe with NRG simply seem too strong. 35 seconds, though. Still leaves the comeback available. A third would have me worried. That comes off the post. Expert somehow keeps it out. Jarzy off the ceiling. Any late drama? No, that flip. He wanted that reset to be caught. Time to flick, unfortunately, to imperfection. Expert back into that corner. Ladies and gentlemen, with that 10 seconds count, even with this going towards the target, if it had somehow rolled its way in, you would still say that this is likely a sweep in the favour of the boys. That is game over. It is official with that clock hitting 0. And well, Tifo will get himself a final goal. It was almost a really nice redirect there from Jarzy. But ultimately, it will be a trip to the losers bracket, where the boys will have to catch 2 series in a row if they want to qualify for the main event. But what did I say earlier today? Win a series, you will get a tougher opponent. Lose a series, the opponents will be easier. Especially when you see these teams a bit deeper in the bracket. These are the ones that are just fringing for that top 16, okay? They're not at that consistency that Wassup are trying to get to. They're extremely beatable. And there will not be a round 4 matchup, in my humble opinion, that you're not going to be looking at Wassup as the clear out-and-out favourites. So hopefully that can give you some ease after that last performance and you don't think too poorly after that sweep was formed. Yes, it sucks for now. But when we see these boys playing next Friday in the GSL, you won't be thinking of this series. And I'm going to have a little look at the bracket. And I did forget, I actually made it so we can look together. So let's look together, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Gave it a little refresh. We got round 4. We still doing this? Absolutely. Like I said, the opponent should be easier. NRG finally got themselves a sweep and outside of a game 5. Unfortunately to the hands of Telekinesis, who going into that 1-2 phase, still, we are not allowed to play them because we have already played them today. Although I wouldn't mind playing them again. We looked pretty good against it. It was very one-sided. And also, I want us to think back to that series before against Complexity, which was so tight. All right, we know that they can compete against these really, really tough teams. And I'm sorry, the boys and complexity are going to be at a different level to the likes of, say, the Lemons or maybe even Lotus 8 Esports, although I would say that would be quite an unfortunate matchup to grab out of some of the options. Gas as well would be a pretty tough draw, but they're not having the greatest of days today. So we're just looking for some of these results to come through. Of course, we will be playing a fellow opponent, with a 1-2 record. I was looking at the wrong group completely. So still to be added would be the loser of Nar and Bobble Sort and the loser of Deleted Gaming and the Lemons. And the Lemons are currently beating Deleted Gaming. What is it with you in NA? And just having these mental Swiss stages where anything is allowed to happen. It's just not fair. It's just not fair. It's like I said, poor people trying to do their predictions thinking they know anything about Rocket League are made to look silly almost immediately. And I am interested to see what's going on in this other bracket. It looked like Space Station already guaranteed themselves to the main event. Same can be said about the Ultimates. Genji having a bit of a struggle match here against Strictly Business. Shopify Rebellion managing to beat SSG. That's quite a big result. CMK as well, being able to beat Never Lamera Canada is also pretty impressive. And by the way, didn't I absolutely nail that name? My goodness. I've been working on that. I've been in the lab. I'm quite impressed. I'll be honest. Sometimes my genius is frightening. I mean, that's a British reference, unfortunately. So, sorry, Americans. Do you guys watch Top Gear? I don't know. 9 Lives able to get themselves a series victory. They've been on quite a dramatic decline. I mean, it is a tough first 2 matches to have to play, but still, they are 9 lives. You would give them that extra bit of respect in thinking they would take the victory in those series, but it just seems like there's something in the air tonight. The Force. Because it is May the 4th, isn't it, at a moment in the US. For me, it is May the 5th at 2:15 in the morning. But that Wassup grind does not come to an end. And it will not come to an end for quite some time, because I think they go to 5. That's right, I think they go to 5. I'm going to grab another drink, guys, and just give myself a moment to breathe and rest my voice. This should be a much shorter break than the ones before, but I hope that you've been enjoying the broadcast so far. It's been an absolute pleasure to be on this broadcast, casting such a fantastic team for such a fantastic audience. Like I said, drop some support for Uncle Che via, some gifted subs if that is within your budget, because he's looking for that Partner Plus and he deserves it. We will see you after the break. Buy some Uncle Che merch! Ladies and... Ooh, I need to turn down the music. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. It's an absolute pleasure to be back. I saw someone did pop up in chat during that break. It was Wasp Starfish. That is... I'm not going to attempt to say that 5 times fast, but I absolutely love the creativity of that name. Welcome to the stream. We are here for the official team stream for Wassup, an NA team that made top 16 in that last Open and is looking to repeat that feat by the end of the day of this Swiss stage. They currently sit in the 1-2 bracket. Wrong scene. Here we go. After an unfortunate sweeping loss to the boys, who in all fairness played extremely well in that series. And with all the 1-2s guaranteed, I can give us an idea of who we'll face. We can't play telekinesis. We can't play telekinesis. Okay, it's either going to be Lotus 8 or Gas, but I can't remember how it swaps. I think now get Gas, if they haven't played him already. Let's check. Okay, now we'll get Gas, and we will get Lotus 8, if my reading of that is correct, and I have, no rematch rules all put into order there, because that does cause some complications. But if we do face up against Lotus 8 Esports, I would say, to be completely honest, that was one of the tougher matchups we could have got there from that 1-2 bracket. Lotus 8 did manage to get themselves to a round 5, including a victory versus SSG in the first split, and caused a bit of controversy on the way, which is always heaps of fun. What's up? Just sorting out our overlay for the next series. I was reading the name What's Up. Unfortunately, I wasn't greeting you guys, although I do hope you are all doing all right. There we go. Got the logos back on. And on that roster, I can show you here on screen. Let's find Lotus 8. It is Ren, Nitrous, and Willis. I believe Ren... actually, I think it was Nitrous who got himself in a bit of trouble. Who's on the Wassup roster? It is Jarzy, Devo, and Expert. The US Devo, not the English one, who is... been out of action for quite some time now. Let's find us on our list. And I can show you. Where are we? What's up? There we are. Expert, Jarzy, and Devo, my good friend. They are fantastic. Daniel, Atomic Beast Mode. Jay, we've got better players than that, okay? Let's give the players the respect they deserve here, okay? Expert, Jarzy, and Devo are levels above. Listen, NRG, I don't know what's going on with him. They went to Game 5 versus the boys, and Schnitzelhaus having a bit of a mental day themselves. They did end up eventually getting a sweep versus Telekinesis. But we will be waiting for this next series to go underway. I am just going to check here if the matchups are being built on Start GG. Some of the matches aren't even reported, apparently, on Start. The ones that have been shown to be confirmed on Liquipedia are 3 people watching streams. But then they have to, themselves report it on the actual system. So, again, it's going to be a little bit of a delay in between these series, but that is just typically how Swiss goes, because you have to wait for every single person. And one thing that I actually just noticed, hold on, log back in, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to this screen. Lotus 8, have they played Schnitzelhaus or we've played Complexity. Hold on a minute, our BU could change depending on Complexity's result. If they go on to win, I think we get an extra BU. I think we'll sit on 3 BU. I think we've got preference over NAR, and that would put us against... But Gas would also be put on mine as well. There's still some movement to go, reliant on this result. This is what's a little bit annoying about the BU system, as opposed to the old system. None of this stuff used to matter, but now here we are sitting in the 1-2 bracket, wondering how a 2-0 result is going to go, because it will affect our matchup. Mental, I know. So actually, we are not confirmed Lotus 8 Esports. Because it's not the old system. It is not. I heard Chase say in chat that they would like to play gas, and I can show you the exact reason why. Let's just copy and paste this one in. It's because this is open 4, so this was last event. You can see in the Swiss, we were in the other Swiss, that, or maybe we played them a bit earlier in the bracket. We did play gas at some point during this open. Maybe it was a bit earlier in the bracket. They couldn't handle us. We were too strong. We're the reason they were probably knocked into the lower bracket to begin with for the Swiss. So we know that that's a matchup that can go our way. I wonder if there's any teams here hanging about still. Oh, we did play Complexity last time. We were able to take a game off them. That's quite fun. The Lemons are out and about. They're potential opponents. And, well, we've proven that we can beat them in round 5 when all the stakes are on the line. So if we queue against them in round 4, I would see that as a huge positive for the boys as well. Curious to hear some of your guys' in chat preferences for our opponents. Nah, that would be a huge rivalry matchup, of course, because they knocked us out of the last open, I believe, in the lower bracket. Yep, here we are, at game 5. That one was quite close. So that would be an interesting matchup to get. The Lemons, as we proved, we could beat in around 5, so I'm sure we could beat them in around 4. Lotus 8, I think they're quite strong. I think they're one of the teams I wouldn't want to face, if I'm being honest, if I wanted us to have the easiest run possible. Has that result gone through? No, it has not. So BUs haven't readjusted. And, of course, we can't play telekinesis, so it is gas. So, woof. Potentials for tough draws. But with us playing Complexity, I think that's now going to play in our favour, because Complexity surely win that series. If they don't win that series, that actually messes up quite bad. Complexity just lost. Okay. That's not good for us. I'll be real. Chat, I'll be real. That is not good for us. We kind of needed Complexity to win that match to give us a better seeding. With that loss, that will send our BU score down, which is essentially what determines your seeding and your matchup within these specific brackets. So we'll probably go down to 1. Gas will go down to -3. Did anyone here play Schnitzelhaus? No, so they wouldn't be affected. So I'd guess Gas going down to a -3. We'd go down to 1. And it wouldn't change anything, essentially. And we'd play Lotus. Again, that's me just trying to make those calculations off the top of my head. It is a really confusing system. Oh, and it's done it for me. Hello. Congratulations to Schnitzelhaus. Let's get another update. Who's on that roster? Lying Blaze, Sai, and Panda. I'll be honest with you. I really did not see that coming. Ultimates also making their way through. NRG grab a win, but most importantly, who are we playing? I think my calculations were correct. I think we will be playing Lotus 8. One of the matchups I didn't want. Being transparent. They got swept by the Ultimates. Went to game 5 versus the Lemons. We would, of course, know about that. And were able to sweep Backyardians, Hexic, Ian, and Rlcs. So, as their BU score would suggest, with it being in the negatives, they didn't have the toughest of opponents. It's going to be these last two that really bring it down. Ultimates being the only reason that they're probably not all the way at the bottom alongside Gas. So, yeah, that should definitely put us against Lotus A. I'm just trying to do some proofreading here. Lotus 8, I know that these players have a bit of a collegiate pedigree to them, and I'll tell you what, we can have a little look together. Ren, Nitrous, Willis. Let's wait for that to load. Yeah, you can see here some CRL, top 6. I believe some of them actually play together. St. Edward's, Nitrous. Again, some more CRL. Listed. They play for Northwood White. And I believe Ren actually doesn't have any. I knew that it was 2 out of 3. You can see Lotus did make top 16 during Open 3. So these are decent opponents to have to face in that 4th round. Like I said, I think this was a bit of an unfortunate draw. They haven't done the calculations for us, but we're pretty convinced, right, chat? No, we've got it bang on. Do we trust the streamer, or has the streamer got no idea what he's talking about? That's a real question we're waiting to answer. It's going to be a big task for Jazzy, Devo, and Experts, because it has been quite some time since that last series, and it was one that left a sour taste in their mouths as well, with it unfortunately not resulting in a victory for them. But with their 2 coaches and just their individual maturity, we would still hope to wish for great things. And let's see who's here in chat. Supposedly, well, it says for me, we've got 18 viewers right now. It's pretty decent. That's pretty decent, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here. I hope that you are enjoying the show. And I hope you have not minded my appearance on stream instead of Uncle Jay whilst he recovers. Jay's in chat. Love to see that. You're enjoying the show? Oh, my goodness. Everything's going right. Nothing can go wrong. I've enjoyed your appearance. The goat has arrived. He has indeed. If we're referring to Che in chat, of course. Do something. Alright. Let's have a look to see if these rounds are starting to get built yet. There has been... Again, full respect to the admins, but there has been... oh, well, this actually isn't the admins. Complexity just completely haven't recorded their match yet. Well, I guess Snitchel House would want to be the ones to report it because they're the winners. I don't know if it works that way. Okay, bet. Let me hop in comms. Look, Shay, you could... I mean, I think I could make it work where you could come on stream for a little bit if you wanted. If you wanted to have some 2 cents. We could call right now. I would have to launch Discord first. No, it's your show. Oh, my goodness. It's your channel, my friend. And I am going to... Hold on. Let me just grab something. Just as a reminder of whose stream this is. Get well soon, Che. Get well soon. We'll keep this at the top. Whilst the score... Oh, no, you know what? Hold on. Let's get funky with it, chat. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. Oh, no, that's the wrong button. Oh, yeah. We're doing it on the fly. Look at this. W streamer? No? Oh, my gosh. He's an artist. Oh, yes. Now everyone knows. I'll put it right up next to me. There we go. There we go. So we remember whose stream it is. And we make sure there's a bit of love shown on most screens. Get well soon, Che. True is the sub on the team. Lying on the couch, icing your back. Like I said, hoping that you're healing well. You've alluded to it, that it is a slow recovery. I've actually had a few friends that have had a back recovery, so I feel like your issue, Che, was meeting me. Because it feels like I just attract people and then they break their back shortly afterwards. The vibes are immaculate about actually talking about complexity lose. Are they frustrated? Because it does mess up their BU score a little bit. Especially if they go to round... Like, it hasn't really meant anything in this round, but it could mean something in round 5. So that, you know... That is a bit of stress. I'm curious, True. How do they feel about this matchup if it is Lotus 8? I don't know if they're aware that it's Lotus 8, but I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, wrong one. Let's check. Not sure, actually. But But again, like, if it's not Lotus 8, I hope you don't end up lying to them. But I feel like Nar play Gas, because they haven't played Gas yet, and it's higher seed advantage. And then, as us being the second highest seed in that portion of our bracket, it would want it to be us versus Telekinesis. We can't play Telekinesis, so it's the next worst Lotus 8 in terms of seeding. You wanted Gas? Yeah, unfortunately, there was no real chance of getting Gas here. We would have had to be in Nar's position. They're sitting on a really healthy 3 BU at the moment. You know, I'll show you. They're sitting on a really healthy 3 BU. That's mostly from the ultimates, because that's going to give them positive 3. 3 minus 0 is 3. And then the lemons, that's -1, 1 minus 2, and then bubble sort 2, 1. So that's +1. So it's 3. Sorry, it's -1 plus 3 plus 1, which leads it into a 3 BU. That's how that system works. Took me a while to understand that it was your opponent's series differential combined. It's a little bit confusing. It's not as good as the old system because it literally doesn't become relevant till round 3, and by that point, the seeding from the day before was already way too important. I don't like the BU system. It is really good for chess, but in case you guys were confused, Rocket League is not chess, so you know you got to treat them a little bit differently. What? We play the lemon? How do we play the lemons? How does that work? Wait, was there another lemons play Nar? Oh, okay. This is getting complicated. Because there are a few teams here that have played the others already, so there have been extra swaps. It looks like. Okay, I was focusing a bit too much on ourselves. There can be like a bunch of swaps happening at the same time, because you can see that, for example, Lemons and Lotus 8, Nar and the Lemons. I mean, the Lemons just apparently played everyone here, and us playing Telekinesis would have really mixed things up. And Gas even played Oh, okay, right. I can see why there's been like a gazillion swaps. Oh, it's so hard to follow. It's so hard to follow. Right. The Lemons. I don't know if they have a logo. So I'm going to get a photo of a lemon. And we're going to use that. Because I'd rather that than having no logo. Lemon. Eat some fresh lemons. Oh, this is going to look gorgeous, guys. Oh, yes. Guys, I've found the perfect lemon image. If we do end up... I'm going to be quite sad if we don't end up playing them now. I can actually show you... I do love adding the logo. I love it when a team doesn't have a logo and I can just decide. Okay, I'm not going to put it in my logo folder, though, because it's not an official logo. You got to have some file management. Lemons. Lemons not found. Hold on. Come on. Oh, never mind. I've accidentally saved it to my logo folder. Well, we got lemons there. Let's have a look. I'll show you. That's how it looks. Hold on. If I press this button and I press this button, there you go. You get to see the lemons. Oh, that works really nicely. I'm a big fan. I like the lemons. That's going to be fun. By the way, if you do want like this overlay that I use, it's a free software called Barl, made by someone called LNDR. It literally does everything automatically for you. It's an amazing resource if you're a streamer. It's literally as simple as adding a browser source. So... it's BARL. It's Broadcast Assistant for Rocket League, is what it stands for. And oh, can you hear that, guys? There's a countdown. And I think we all know what that means. We might be heading into our series. Is it against the Lemons? Wiz, Zell, and Geoids? Is that the Lemons? Oh, we've got an exclamation mark Barl. Oh, beautiful. I like seeing him get some love. Mr. LNDR, because it's an amazing resource to use as a streamer, as a host. It is free, but I do pay for the premium version so I can have custom ones like this very RLCS-esque looking one. Right. These lemons. These pesky, pesky lemons. I'm feeling sour. Don't like feeling sour. I prefer grapefruits anyway. Right. Let's make sure these actually are the lemons. Zell, Geoids, Wiz. Yes, they are. They are indeed. We are just waiting for all players to join the lobby. We did have one missing for quite some time, but ladies and gentlemen, the action can begin. It's Wassup versus the Lemons. A fight for survival in round 4. Both teams looking for a spot in the main event. Only a maximum of one of these two teams will be able to reach that spot. And it's a fantastic start for Devo with the first goal of the game. And we like it when they get themselves onto an electric start. It gives them that confidence. It keeps them moving. This is gonna be a good series, says Blanc in chat. I'll have to agree with you, my friend. It's gonna be really good when Wassup are able to go to full distance. She always puts it high here for Jazzy. First touch. We'll see him bail away. Thinks Expert will have that better position. Zell looked awkward there in his own net. If that was on target, there was a chance that that one would have sneaked its way home. And it would have been a devastating way to concede if you were on the side of the Lemons. But obviously, this is a Wassup team stream. I would not have cared. Devo, look for that top right corner. It almost hung its way down instead. Forced to hear the ting off that crossbar. Jazzy back on, and you can immediately feel a pace difference compared to what we saw in that third series. A little bit of an insight here from True. A look behind the curtain saying that the comms are immaculate at the moment. And well, you can really see that reflected in the gameplay as well. They seem interconnected. I'm loving their spacing. It was a big improvement to what seemed rather nervy in that series versus the boys at certain instances. Like I said, I think getting that opening goal really did help them, but Zell will look to try and throw a chance right back. Devo was ready on that backboard to get that save. Might be able to follow up as well. A flick forward will force Wiz to try and tip that wide. It was actually a tighter angle than it originally seemed. Zell high. Jazzy keeps it forward. Wants that second option, but Geoids, which I hope is the name I'm saying right, does knock it back up, but at that midfield line, Wassup seem to be defending it like it's their net, and it's just allowing them to hold on to so much pressure, and the Lemons really have been pinned into their third for quite some time. There it is again. Jazzy just not letting them cross that halfway point. Devo there as an option. Knows he's got a bit of space. We'll send it right back. Expo weighing on that wall. Can he land a double? No, Geoids was there for quite some time. Should have been able to see that clearance coming. And well, quick out the gates. This is a fantastic start for Wassup, and dare I say, it's rather reminiscent of when they played against Telekinesis in round 1, where as dominant as they were and as much possession as they had, it wasn't the widest of score lines. Thank you very much for the sub to Uncle Jay there, Kandan. I'll say it for the man, the myth, the legend himself. And that sub will get us a goal for Devo. That one's for you. As we enter the second half of this opening game, Wassup get themselves on a blazing lead. And I spoke about the comparisons to that match versus Telekinesis. That just continues to show, however, we did not concede until that third game. That's a difference now with Wiz getting that goal off the kickoff, but I've got a question for you, chat. Are we going to count kickoff goals? Are we really going to be bothered from kickoff goals? What? Okay, I'm not going to be reading out any of those messages in chat. I'll have a few admins on my case. Jazzy, hi. I know some of the members in chat, clearly. Expert. I could say that was risky. Sends it off the corner. Jazzy on. Wants to find an option inside. Evo looking for another goal to add to his tally. He's going to have to settle for a second chance. Just shy of that crossbar. There's your hat-trick yet again. He did it in game 1 versus Telekinesis, and we know how that one ended. Promotion through the brackets. And a performance to remember. Devo continuing to prove why you need to have an eye on this player. Because who knows where he'll end up. Expert will grab it for the 4th. It's going to be another goal contribution here for Devo. Why is the Alpha Boost pink? That's because I do. That's because I've got Alpha Console running, is why. And I do actually make my Alpha Boost pink. It is technically a Pegasus pink. It's my exact text code, and I forgot to turn it off. So you get to enjoy some lovely pink Alpha Boost for the stream today. Whiz off the wall. Expert throws it up. Can't get the follow. Devo locks on. And yeah, use Alpha Console if you want coloured boosts, ladies and gentlemen. You can put whatever hex code you like. Devo in the corner. Not too worried about any colours of Alpha Boost. Just wants to get another win to his record. Jarzy, that's a lovely catch to bring the play forward, but ultimately it's not going to lead to a goal. Devo dives away after Wiz takes it to the corner. Does that job for him, so he's not going to waste his boost. It's a nice fight through here from the German. Jarzy has been that catalyst player. Wants to create something else here for Expert. Can't quite get this one through. So back for square one. Devo makes light work of that drag into offense. Wiz on that back wall. And guys, when was the last time that the Lemons had an offense? I got that answer very quickly, admittedly. I wanted to make a statement there about how Wassup have just been able to hold on to possession for what has felt like 90% of this game, frankly. There really hasn't been much real estate conceded to the Lemons in this opening game, but when those opportunities have come, in all fairness, the Lemons have been clinical. Expert will stop it this time. Devo on that left wall. A final little victory lap. This ball will hit the ground and we will see the first game going in favour of Wassup. All GG's in chat. And I feel like that's actually said automatically, but still, it's a nice thing to have. Creates a nice atmosphere, but Devo again with a blistering start. 7 shots. A hat-trick coming off the back of it and an assist as well. That's a 100% goal percentage contribution in that first game. And I said that he would be the player to look out for. The one that can truly steal the show. The 17-year-old, the youngest on the roster. One of those players that could be next up in North America. And playing for some of the very best, some could argue. But he's there already. If Wassup can increase their consistency, because we know how high their ceiling is, but sometimes they'll concede something a little bit silly. And just as I make those calls, game 1 will go towards the Lemons. Just unfortunate off the kickoff yet again. And what did I say in the game before? Do we really count kickoffs? Who cares? Who absolutely cares? We know that Wassup can score a bunch of goals against the Lemons. That was proven in game 1. Why can't they do it in the second? That's a miss from Geoids? Question mark. Yes, it was. Double dings as that one bounces off the crossbar and the post. Jarzy on that right wall. It is going to be Expert. Flip preset. Wants to go alone. Wants to find the full distance. Geoids will get that stop. But Devo has a backboard to utilise himself. Would need a second and third man to get involved if they wanted to just grab that goal straight away. But instead, I'm liking the more reserved nature of Wassup. They're not going to take too many risks. Those opportunities are going to open themselves up eventually. So there's no reason here to play those high risk and, well, equal reward type plays. That's a lovely goal from Geoid, however. Picking up possession. It's a lovely catch for the flip resets. An Expert lonely on that back wall. Wasn't enough to make that save, but credit where credit's due. That's a lovely goal there from Geoids. And Geoid's seemingly the rock of this roster. It's really good at grabbing those 50s centrally. Goes for these aggressive challenges. Feels like he's a more impactful player on that team. Everything just feels really deliberate when he's on the ball. It's not just going to take a 50 for the sake of getting a 50. Who's winning? Wassup ahead in series score. But losing in this specific game to the Lemons, albeit with way over half the match to go. Devo wants to halve it. It's going to require the actions of Jarzy because he was on 0 boost. It was really well saved there from Wiz. They just didn't have the power off the back that play needed. Zell off that corner again. Expert wants to tap down to Jarzy. Knock left here for Devo. And that's a big boom. Redirect. It's an option. Crossbar hit is back to Devo. And Geoid out of nowhere will make the save. It was a nice little sequence there for Wassup, but the Lemons were able to equal it. With equally impressive defense and rotation amongst themselves. And oh, it was a big bunch up there in the 6-yard box, but Expert has been able to see through the chaos. What a snipe there from Geoids. And that sees that play shut down rather quickly. My goodness. What a snipe. Jarzy back high. Looking to win a dogfight of his own, but the Lemons have done well in that regard. Expert will just look to recycle this one back to Jarzy. Try and take the space, but Geoids making sure that space is short-lived. Expert once Jarzy accidentally types whoops in chat. I think that's a bit of a finger slip. Let's hope that that's not coming from any sweaty hands. We don't want these players to be feeling nervous. This is very much a series within their capabilities. A game within their capabilities as well. 2 minutes and only a 2-goal deficit. You would still back them if they could get back to that high-octane, high-fenic offensive style that they were able to have in that first game. Jarzy, Yon, and Raiders. Maybe you'll get a showing of what Wassup are capable of. Welcome here, Volts. Jarzy with the 50. Expert won't be able to chase. Has nothing in the tank. Geoids with the most on the pitch, but has to commit to a lot of it to even get that first touch anyway. Zell. Flip reset doesn't fight through. Geoids, though, does look through the eye of the needle. 3 goals with just shy of 90 seconds remaining. This is the second game, increasingly looking like it will favour the Lemons. And for those Raiders joining, this is an official team stream for NA Team Wassup. They did make top 16 last open and are looking to regain that position. They are in a situation where they have to win 2 series in a row to qualify to that main event. And if they lose another series, this one included, they will be knocked out of the competition. So this is a really high stakes matchup. They were able to get that first game in convincing fashion, but in the second, despite the pressure that Wassup have been able to hold, oh my goodness, oh, what a goal from Geoids! That is sensational off the sidewall. Jarzy can try as you like. You will not be able to clear that one out. That was astounding from the Lemons. It's going to be a bit of a mental breaker for Wassup. But if there was anything that was going to make you step up, that was going to force you to play better, it was going to be a goal like that. Definitely the best we've seen tonight. And like I said, a goal like that requires a step up from Wassup. Jarzy looking to show that immediately with a simple drag to grab the first goal of the second game. You know who you're up against now. Match it and exceed. Unless you're happy with going home in round 4. Expert down, Devo there, shot to that top left corner. Well saved there by Geoids. Zell wants it in the corner. Wiz will send it long. Expert Does get that tap high. If it hit the waterfall, it would have been significantly more dangerous. Either way, this game is surely done and dusted. That's going to be a win for the Lemons, even if Wassup are able to grab a goal with 1 second left. This is mathematically impossible. Wassup were able to show a bit of life in that final minute. But it required a bit of a kick up the bottom, to put it politely. After an incredible goal from Geoids, who will deservedly be taking that MVP. That was to secure their hat-trick. And I was saying earlier that I felt like Geoid was definitely the powerhouse of this team. 855 points, 3 goals coming out of 5 shots, 4 saves, and an assist. Will certainly prove my points. I don't think anyone here in chat is going to be arguing. We know which player we're going to have to shut down in this next game, should we want to make this comeback and grab ourselves a victory. Winner puts themselves on match points. And if you face your opponents with them being on 2 game wins, that's how you know you'll be on your final life. That's the stakes of the 1-2 bracket. All or nothing. Knockout or be knocked out. The Lemons have shown that they want to play. They will do so in Game 3 as well. That's a huge miss coming from Zell. That's fortunate for Wassup. Like I said, Lemons have shown that they want to survive. They are willing to pull it to their maximum. That's another really well set up play there. The Wassup team have to be able to match that regardless. Look at that pre-jump from Wiz and Geoids. Just landing down with 0 boost in a perfect position to tap that one home. It's another play, which is just seemingly perfect for them. Do not give Geoid space. Mechanically excellent. Wiz will look to try and make something happen himself. Zell can't get through to 50. Geoids back into that corner. Jazzy. Oh, that's going to be a tough touch. Wiz almost getting himself just that final kind of touch to throw it away. Instead, Wassup will survive with only a 1-goal deficit. A game still on that knife's edge. Wiz wanting to cut in. Jazzy can't turn around in time, so it is left to Devo. He'll be soaring over. He's going to be chasing back for quite some time to get himself recovered. There he is. That mid-boost doesn't spawn for him. Still, though, will grab the forward one. Still gets a touch. It's a lovely little setup. And again, apologies for the odd few stutters that we are having. For some reason, it just randomly decides when it wants to throw its way in my direction. Someone in chat asking whether someone else has that opinion that Geoids is the best player on the Lemons. I'm just going to have to go with what I've seen so far today, and I think Geoids has simply been clear. Not to say that Wiz and Cell are weak players, they certainly have not been. They've been really strong in their own regards, but what a step up it's been from Geoids and Expert. That's going to be a frustrating shot. Probably should have found the target there instead. Too wide, too high, nothing falling in favour. Expert wants it off that backcourt, but that's going to be an easy clean up there for Wiz. And again, holy leg. Don't know why it just decides to surprise me every now and again. Oh yeah, absolutely. I was interested to see if my opinion would be matched as well. Don't you worry, Blanc. You're all good, my friend. It's been a pleasure to have you in the stream and showing support as well. I've really appreciated my time here on the channel, it must be said. Shay, I know you're watching. You've built up a lovely community. Zell's on that back foot. Devo with 0 boost. If he had a bit more, he would have been able to trip in earlier. Still, he's able to create something for a teammate. Expert can't turn. Devo yet again looking to try and find Jazzy. It's been 1-2 plays, but a third man still needs to get involved. It's Expert. Within 2 minutes, Wassup needed a response, and they needed it fast. And just one moment when they were able to ramp up the pressure and keep that pace flowing, It's an absolute clanger to get the equaliser. And hold on, the second one might just come quick to follow. That one will go post to post. Welcome back to the stream, Violets. Been a big supporter of the team. Oh, it's a mind game from Wiz. Expert, though. Able to bail out Devo. Devo wanted to pass back to Jarzy. It's not close enough. It is well saved. Zell back on. Here's Devo. And I'm just going to hopefully sort out some of these stutters. Wiz. Oh, saw Geoids on that back wall. Had no intention of going for that redirect, but there was a potential. Geoids, I don't like seeing him with any boost in the tank. Luckily shut down quickly before they could put good use to it. He's back on again, found the target despite the awkward position. Big demo there coming from Devo. What a pass there to Jarzy, and you could have taken your time, son. There was space. That's what that demo provided you. Didn't feel like that was fully utilised. And that one runs away. It's Che's computer, not yours, Pigasus. Yeah, agreed. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. Thank you, Blanc. I will use this copium. Zen0 with a party of 41. Thank you very much for the raid. A fellow streamer. SOS main event. Congratulations. Congratulations. Doc Raz, it's lovely to see you in chat as well. Oh, and it's a subscription as well from Zen0. Let's see. Are you that lucky charm, Raiders? Will you see a game win here for Wassup? Again, a big welcome to those from SOS. Absolutely love the production team working there. And the players of SOS are rather impressive as well. We're 1-2 in the bracket. You can see it at the top of your screen. Is 1-1 equal in this specific series. Looking to get themselves on match points. And the team on the deficit will be on their final life. I'm sure those of you coming from another team stream are very familiar of those circumstances. Although they never got to that point in the first place with a round 4 finish. Extremely impressive. Zell, lovely catch for the flip reset. Druids will go up, and he's got some space as well to go for his own play, resorting just for a simple drag. The 50s don't come quite through. Oh, Expert, that's risky. Oh, it's brave to go under, and now he's looking for the mind games, playing it out of Burke, and Jarzy will slot it home. What a transition. Expert cold as ice to get this play initiated. Went for a play no one else would have been brave enough to do considering the circumstance. And it ends up as the perfect setup to get that final goal. And stats relatively evenly split. It has been a very aggressive affair from both teams. That was 12 shots there for those on the side of Wassup. I think the Lemons had 9. Something close to that number. Not too different to ours, but still less. But the only stat that mattered were those goals, of which the priorities did land to Wassup in that third game after what was an amazing final play. Come on, get us off to an early start. Expert was the hero, I would say, despite not being the one to put it in the back of the net. Jarzy's required. Devo's there. It's a little bit messy. But who cares for the aesthetics? Who cares of the beauty of the goal when you get the beauty of the record at the top of your screen? 1-0. We'll certainly take that one on. Thank you very much for the compliments, Doc Raz. You're a gorgeous man yourself, if I'm being honest. My goodness. Lucky you're not on my screen, I'd be distracted. Wiz of his own back wall. Zell already pre-jumping for it. Expert. Oh, that's concerning. That's very concerning from Expert. Is that a disconnect? Yes, it is. There he goes. 2v3 for the time being. There's no rules against this, unfortunately. There has already been a goal. Too many seconds have passed as well, regardless. Wassup will have to hold on And we've got to pray that Expert will be able to come back. Yes, winner does go to round 5. The loser is knocked out of the competition. And it's why you do not want to see Wassup forced into a 2v3 position. And just that extra player diff sees the Lemons grab an equaliser. They did well for the time being. Jazzy says pause. Jazzy says pause, but there are no admins at this stage. So I'm pretty sure that pauses cannot be called in Swiss. Whereas if we were a stage later in that GSL, admins would be present in the lobby. Dockra's confirming it, so I thought so, that there was no pauses in the Swiss. That's unfortunate for Wassup. And I hope I was allowed to tell the players that there are no pauses by typing in chat. Jazzy's turtled his car. I can imagine this one will be a source of tilt. Wassup were a goal up. They had some fantastic momentum, especially heading from that third game, where they did get it finished in spectacular fashion. If I'm Jazzy and Diva, I wouldn't want to give up. I would want to still hope that Expert will be able to get himself back into the lobby in time before this game comes to an end. And you're going to hope that that's going to be with a somewhat chaseable deficit. 2 is certainly within that range, but also part of that. No, Jazzy, that's an open net. That's going to hurt as well. An opportunity to score in the 2v3. And if you had a third player there, they would have been able to clean things up there. They would have likely just tapped that one home despite the miss that came out. Instead, they are going to have to play uber defensive. Just hope these counterattacks show themselves, but at the same time, I don't want to get outplayed. It's a really slippery slope. I mean, either way, if this was a chess match, you're playing down a queen. And I would say Expert is worth those 9 points of material. Wiz going for a corner read. Geoid's an option. Devo keeps it moving. And this is all you can ask for. Be thankful it's not 4. Be thankful it's not 5, 6. Because it very well could be when this scenario hits you. Oh, it's a lovely read there coming from Zell. And I was going to ask the same thing there, Che. If we have any info about the players, Expert especially, and if he is going to be able to get himself back in the lobby, I'm not going to be watching replays. I mean, sorry, I'm going to be watching every single replay. True's getting warm. Substitutes might have to make an appearance. And well, we've heard the phrase super sub before. This might be True's calling. To bring this team into contention, he would have one game to prove himself, because if we're being honest, this game does look lost and he's not allowed to sub into this game because Expert has already played in it. It would have to be for game 5. One showdown with the substitute. For survival in the Swiss, of course, is not the circumstances you'd like to see. And again, I am going to be watching every single replay just to expand that clock. Whether it's to give Experts more time to reconnect or True some time to warm up. These are the 2 circumstances we're waiting for. Dell had an option there for an open net. Decides that he just wants to freestyle instead. How long did we get between series for Tech? I'm not 100% sure, I'll be honest with you, Zen0. I'd probably look towards the manager or the coach to get that checked. Whoever is put as the primary point of contact towards admins. It's not very often you get a situation like this. It will certainly increase that pressure. Will this pressure create a diamond in the form of True as that substitute in surely that game 5. Perhaps. $50 seconds left of in-game time. And I feel like we're going to see less attempts at nets here from the Lemons. Unless it's way too obvious. I'm not sure technically what the rules are. Because, I mean, is it throwing if they still are technically winning? I'm not sure what is allowed here. I think the rules are that you have to play at your best capabilities here. So I will just send a warning to the players not to start scoring deliberate own goals. Because there is a chance that that could get us in trouble. Devo is doing it. I would try and get in contact with the players because that's a slippery slope. Looking to see this work itself out. Again, I would really recommend the players stop doing what they're doing. Because they could get away with a warning, but I do just want to say that I think there is express rules against this. So be careful. Be careful. I don't know the rules, says Zen0. Where's Expert? He disconnected, Bosco boy. Blanc. Can you at least make it private so I can have it? Not that I'm supportive of what's being suggested in chat. But, yeah. If I'm going to try and keep it up. I'm sure. Lemons just want to slam it down. Will he be back? That's a good question, Che. Either way, game 5 awaits. And if it's not Expert, it's true. If it is not Expert, it will be true. It will be the substitute making their appearance. They've got that position on the roster for a reason. They are signed up for circumstances like this. Didn't this happen to Wassup last Open? I believe it happened to the boys. You might be thinking about Evo disconnecting, Chopper. You might be thinking about Evo disconnecting. They had to double forfeit their way at the competition. That was not Wassup. We are waiting down. By the way, legally, the in-game seconds at the end. Those are considered free. I'm wondering if we're going to be getting true in the lobby. Yeah, Evo had no sub. It was quite brutal. And technically, I think we can call this a technical timeout, whether it is to get the substitute in position or it's hoping that Expert's Wi-Fi comes back. Expert is back, says Thermal Rex. That is the assistant coach. That's good confirmation. That's good signs. There is time for a technical. Got to be at least 5 minutes, if not 10. Yeah, more than enough. More than enough for Experts to return to the lobby. So that's one slight positive. Like I said, they don't really teach you how to deal with these kinds of situations as a caster. It's not the kind of positions you dream of. But I hope still you guys are enjoying the drama. Over 50 viewers. I do just want to thank everyone that has showed their support to this stream, and a lot of which coming from that SOS raid. Really thankful to SOS and Zen0, the host of that stream, for getting that raid across. And I am glad that we grabbed your attention. I hope you will be backing us. Your team. That's not true. But thank you, Chopper. I disagree. And drop 100 gifted. Okay. Okay, Che. Nice try. You know, if you do have the money to drop 100 gifted, how about you give 50 to Che and 50 to me? My link's right here. Here. You know. So if you've got enough to spend on 100 gifted, I mean, 50 to me, 50 to Che, I think that's pretty fair. I think that's pretty fair. We'll always be an expert and Devo fan. Love that. I hope everyone else here is in support of the boys. Of course, Jazzy as well. I just don't know him. Who is Devo? He just turned 17. It's his birthday, May the 4th. Actually, same as Jazzy. Who has confirmed to me that Experts has joined TeamSpeak. Yeah, Devo, young prodigy. He's 17 now. I believe he was featured on the next up lists. Of course, there is the Devo that's English, but it's not that one. It is DVO. Again, just waiting for those players to come in. He used to come to my stream every day like 3.5 years ago, so he would have been young. Did you hear that? You know, I'll show you. Top left, Expert joined the party. Expert joined the match. And you can see the circumstance at the top of your screen. Win to survive and to earn your spot in the 5th round. Falter and you were out the competition. Wassup looked like they had that last game in their hand, but when that disconnect came through, it did throw that spanner in the works and gave the Lemons a free game to bounce off of. Devo looking to be back here with a vengeance. It'll be interesting to see how Expert will be able to respond, because that must have been frustrating. I'll show you how. With a goal in 21 seconds. Back like he never left. The chemistry still flowing. How do you transition from 2v3 to a 3v3? It's automatic with these 3 players. Big bang, big starts. And it's exactly what we want to see. Jazzy with an angle. That's a sign of confidence, isn't it? The German locking in. Oh my goodness. Saw the opening. Exploited it. DQ buff going crazy. Absolutely. Skyrider 50 joining the match. I'm not 100% sure who that is. Zell. Leaving this over. It's going to be Jazzy at that left wall. Looking to try and get that 3rd goal already. We see that they have... Skyrider left the match. Okay, goodbye, my friends. You can see that they have gotten themselves that insurance, but it's that double-edged sword when you get that quick lead early. Of course, you're happy with that head start, but it does leave plenty of time left on the clock for the Lemons to try and respond. Geoid's looking to do exactly that. Cool and calmly saved there by the defense. Expert looks to drag it forward. Jazzy waiting towards those walls. Devo's going to have to dive right back. Expert has to take the initiative. Jazzy will get that clearance. Devo's going to let that one fly. Wiz with an awkward first touch, in all fairness. Does well to give themselves a second opportunity. Expert patient with that heavy touch. It's a beautiful one to follow. Geoid wants to try and fill in the cracks, but Expert back with a vengeance. You can take his internet, you can take his LAN cable, you cannot take his raw skill of the game, the passion that he has, and that ice factor when required in this 5th game on the final life. Jazzy knocks forward. It was somewhat uninspiring, but they have made it work. Devo back on, and all that's dangerous. That's surely the 1st goal for the Lemons. One mistake. That's all it can take. Keep that confidence flowing. Do not let it bring you down. 2 minutes and 53 seconds left to play. Wassup as it stands, going to that 5th round. But the Lemons will have something to say about that. I've spoken about The incredible talent from the likes of Geoids, as I know that the other two on the team, of course, can have their moments, especially Wiz. I feel like, in a transitional sense, ends up connecting really well with Geoids. That's a lovely little dummy play here. They seem connected, but ultimately, it's a lot of flash for no real result. That's just going to go into the safe corners of the defensive team. I mean, it's one of the first rules of defense. Safest area is your own corners. Your opponents are going to do it for you. Allow it, especially with how much boost they burn to set that up. A nice little tip over there from Jarzi. And Zell is going to feel frustrated to watch that one run away from him. Zell. Plenty on. Devo. Stamps on that one. Jarzi somehow sneaks it through. Not the most power, but still able to find those gaps. From out of nowhere, Wiz stretched all the way. Got a slight scrape towards that ball. But ultimately, it's not enough. Sir Slaughterlot gives that insurance yet again to Wassup. It's been the name of the day. I promise you, we're not sponsored. But we'd be open to it. Geoids. Wide back to Wiz. Expert, though, giving way too much space. Geoids gets the save. Jarzi on. Oh, and this is going to be a lovely dribble. I can feel it. I sense it. Postage stamp shots. Delivery address. Round 5. No return to sender. Wassup have it in the bag. Three goals for difference. 90 seconds and counting the difference. What a way to turn yourself around. All that adversity, that uncertainty, that pain and struggle. One thing now feels almost guaranteed. And that's Wassup at least going the full distance of the Swiss. For one final showdown. One circumstance will remain. Lose and you're out for competition, but this time rewarded with diamonds and a spot in the top 16. Devo back on. Take your time, son. Run down that clock. You don't even need to grab a fifth. 4 should be enough. Wiz. Another shot up. 30 seconds. Will this be a victory lap? Or do the Lemons have something extra to squeeze out of themselves in these later stages? I say no. Wassup have them completely dominated. It felt like I called 30 seconds 5 seconds ago, but now we do have that final countdown on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be here for an extra half an hour at the minimum. Wassup go to round 5. Throw whatever you want against them. The spirit, the energy, the confidence of the roster sees them fighting till the very end. It has been a pleasure to cast that series. SirPigasus on all socials. Here on Uncle Che's platform. Life RL's mum. Life says GG's to Wassup. Thank you very much, Life's mum, for passing that across. And we do wish your son great fortunes. Statements made there by Wassup. Try as you like. It's going to take a lot to bring this team down. It's going to take a lot for this final team to try and break Wassup down. It's the final stand. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, SirPigasus is bringing you this coverage, and I will see you all after the break. You know what? Who cares for a break? There's gonna be, let's turn that music down, barely any time between these series. So you know what? Let's share the bracket. Let's keep these chats flowing. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Hold on a minute. I've been invited by Devo. I believe he's already got a party together. Toasty, Mech, and Flitz. Ooh, what is the name of that team? Power Rangers. Let's see if that makes sense with our bracket. To be our opponents. Where are they? Where are they? I can't see them. Why have we joined that lobby? Am I blind? Am I blind, guys? We are in the lobby with those players. Mech, Toasty, Flitz. Yep. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong open. That was an old team name. Sorry about that. Let's see. What's the name of this roster? It's Bubble Sort. Okay, we'll get some bubbles for the logo. Bubble Sorts. I actually study this. I'm a mathematician. This is a sorting algorithm, so that's quite fun. Oh, you know what? It's a sorting algorithm. So we're going to... We'll see if we can make their logo a sorting algorithm. I think that'd be quite fun. You learn something new every day here on the stream, I guess. Tell Flitz to sign my profile. You know what? Maybe he should. Maybe he should. I'm not going to type in chat because I like to give the players their space. I wish I was brave enough to, because then I would have. There are other options for people, I guess you can ask to do that. Alright, it's going to be cold. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Download. You know what? How can I have you guys watch the progress? I think if I do this, look, you can have a little look. If I'm on this screen. Look at that. We've got a cheeky bubble sort as their logo. Actually doesn't look like it's a bubble sort at all, but it's some sort of sorting algorithm. That'll work for me. It also says lemons. I replaced the wrong team. We're the ones that made it to round 5, guys. Just a reminder. It'd be nice if a streamer remembered, right? You know, they were only there and, you know, screaming their heads off at 3:30 a.m. in the morning over here in the UK. That's right, it is 3:30 in the morning in the UK. I started this stream at midnight. I thought we'd be in for the long haul. We have been in for the long haul. And it's just allowed us to have that opportunity to see the full capabilities of Wassup. They've had quite the run. Here we go. Look at this. Yeah, we're ready. We are so ready for that next series. How are we feeling? We feeling confident? This is a tough matchup. This is a tough matchup. You've got to give them that. This is building up to be a classic for the 5th round. And well, being the final round, it did have expectations to live up to. Feel like it will be. Toasty, Flitz, and Mech. Well, that's a name with a lot of pedigree, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of pedigree. W Pig, Goat Pig, Follow Pig, Love Pig. Thank you very much, Jay. Flitz as well, formerly of Little Step Bros. I heard that Alpha Cap was one game off going the whole way and making main event. That would be interesting. Oh my goodness. Can you guys feel it in your chest right now? That this is what the entire day has been leading up to. Even those that I hear from the SOS chat. You feel it too, right? You were there for SOS. You thought that was going to be the team you're going to be rooting for today. But here you are on our broadcast, and there's something special about this 5th round. You saw the storyline of the fourth. You saw the dramatic comeback that the players were able to pull off, recovering after a disconnect. And a technically 9-1 result. All or nothing. Leave nothing left on the pitch. You'll have until Friday to recover if all goes well. I want to see blood, sweat, tears, nuts and bolts. Oil leakages. I want to see the likes. All over the pitch. I want the walls, the ceilings, the floors all painted black with that oil coming out these cars. I want them to be lemons afterwards. Gonna have to go to the garage. Main event would go crazy. It really would, ladies and gentlemen. It really, really would. Doesn't that just sound so nice? What's up? Second main event in a row. We know they've got it in them. They've proven they've got it in them. We know they can come back from adversity. Otherwise they wouldn't be here in the first place. It's been a long, long wait for this series to begin. And that is due to Start GG. Not having a match up yet, so the players have not been able to check in. These players all know each other fairly well, and the way I know that is because I was just invited into a party with all 6 players. I can't even show you. Like we're just all here chilling. So someone has someone else as a friend. But I mean, you know, the names Flitz, Toasty, and Meg. They certainly get around. They're one of the more well-known guys here in North America that, dare I say, don't consistently make top 16, but certainly have the potential. Of course, otherwise they wouldn't be in round 5. And I am starting to see that those matches are starting to get built. We are going to have ourselves a series very, very soon to watch. The final one of the day. So I want you guys to use all your energy in chat as well. I better see you all typing. I better not see that chat stop for more than 5 seconds once this series begins. I want an endless stream of support for the players. Because my goodness, do they deserve it. After this run today. In fact, let's have a recap. Let's have a recap of the run, if we have time. It started off with a sweep versus telekinesis. It was rather one-sided and a nice little tester to show what these players were capable of to a new audience. Swept by complexity. First game was a 2-goal difference, with it being a 1-goal difference till, I think, the final 15 seconds. Second game was 1 goal. The third game was 1 goal. That was a doable matchup, despite the caliber of competition we were rolled up against. The boys, that was a tough point. Getting swept by the boys, that was really rough. But they were strong. And they did deserve their spot. They go on to qualify for the main event. That's the kind of teams that we want to look up to. They managed to get a Game 5 versus Deleted Gaming in a win, and a Game 5 loss versus NRG. I mean, you just have to give them their props at this point. Of a match you guys all watched. Wassup versus the Lemons. Another series that went to 5. Should have been done in 4, but a disconnect did increase the pressure, increase the drama, and eventually Wassup were able to put it back in that final game. And I've heard there's some interesting standings here. Oh, 9 lives are gone. What? What? Oh, here's SOS. Okay, like, guys, big up SOS. No, we don't want to look at LSR. We want to look at SOS. They beat LSR, okay? They own LSR. Oh, win against Simsor. That's a really good series to take. Hold on. Where's Jarzy? Flitz asks. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, he just joined. You could, I think you could hear that as well. Strictly Business, Shopify, SOS. Nice little group of players, no? Genji in Space Station. Big surprise. I think his flight's coming out. They look strong. And 9 lives as well. But NA, what could I say? It's pretty mental. It's almost time for that final matchup. The series to round off the day. And the check-ins are available for the players. All they need to do is click accept. And we will get this show on the road. Again, yeah, Pearl and 9 Lives had really shaky starts. I did comment on it earlier. You know what? I'll show the I'll save the trash talk. Flitz goes, where's Jazzy? Jazzy joins. Devo goes, don't ask questions. Flitz says check in. And then Devo responded. And you can hear that joining noise. You know what that means. That wait is coming to an end. Pause the music. It's serious. Bubble Swords versus Wassup. We have the team in blue. I did remember earlier Uncle Chase said he doesn't like seeing the team in blue. He believes that they're at their weakest when that's the side we play on. Well, last series we were blue, and I would say that went pretty bloomin' well. So curses broken. Recoveries made. A beautiful constellation of these 3 talents. And just waiting to see which team will draw blood first. You can feel a very different energy, a very different pace. Mech is getting so good, my goodness. Not something you want to hear heading into a series coming up against him. Do you know who else is getting pretty blooming good? How about Devo, the youngster, the main man himself? Paired alongside a German expert. Keeping themselves consistent. Locking themselves in. Devo will get out off that back wall. Flits with a big clearance. We'll find Jazzy off the ceiling. Flip reset maybe? Toasty says no. Didn't even get the choice to see. Mech will take it high. Appears to be a ones to watch for those in chat. I'd have to be there with you, Toasty and Flits. They've certainly had their time in the sun, let's just say. Mech just looking to get himself established. Same with Devo. And it'll be interesting to see how these 2 rising stars do fare against each other when that pressure is ramped up to 999. Expert forward. Blitz required on that back wall. He's going to be calm to take those first few touches. However, I'm not sure about that bounce up. Made it too easy for Devo to keep this play forward in this corner. Toasty. Professional. Just taking those 50s. Knows he doesn't have to panic in those kinds of positions. And eventually the play will sort itself. Toasty with a demo. Opens up space. And there's the first goal for Mech. Bubble Sort lead. And Wassup were matching them for those first 2 minutes. But it was one opportunity. Grabbed quickly there by Bubble Sort, which sees them start off with the advantage. But still 3 minutes to go of this first game and a maximum of 4 extra full games to be played anyways. So we didn't look too much into it here, chat. Mech on. Jazzy staying tight. Toasty wants to cut inside. Devo will bring it forward. Flitz is high. Devo, though, still lurking. Hasn't given up on that play. Steals that 100 boost from Toasty. Now they're going to be looking awkward in the corner. Give him a taste of their own medicine. Cut inside. Jazzy's there. But Mech will clear it to corner. Look to try and take it forward. 0 boost left in the tank. That's not going to be a flip reset. And will steal the boost off his teammate as well. Toasty forced to rotate back. Flitz. High, finds Jazzy, Expert and Devo were waiting low. That could be a fantastic shot if it was going towards that top corner instead. It felt like that space was going to be covered regardless. Back to square one. Mech sneaks under. Oh, he's got a few tricks down his sleeve. Gonna have to look out for that little magician. Who have Wassup played today before Lemons? Round 1. It was telekinesis, of which we swept. We then proceeded to get swept by complexity, although every game was essentially a goal difference. And then we did lose in a sweep to big boys. And then, of course, the match versus the Lemons. So it's been quite a journey to get to this point. It's had its highs, it's had its lows. All it's looking for is that happy ending. But even still, within this series itself, it's going to have its twists and turns. We've already seen the first, with Bubble Swords grabbing that opening goal. Devo at the halfway line, just going to let that one roll over. Flitz is going to be less menacing of an option after that bump. Toasty wants to be the centre of attention here. But as soon as that count went down, gave it away, and Devo's found an angle. And just when it felt like Bubble Sword were surely within safety, it's a huge mistake from Flitz. Conceded to Devo, and he has proven to the world at this point that you cannot be giving him space. From sitting in Zen Zero's chat 2.5 years ago to being here in round 5 of Swiss, looking for another top 16 to add to his repertoire. What a journey he has been on. Devo, lovely 2 touches. Jazzy will slam it to Expert. Jazzy wants it right back. Can't quite come through, Expert. Awkward. Who's going to pick that one up? It is going to be Toasty, who does find a teammate, and that's something that you're going to notice about both of these teams. They love to use their teammates. They love to get a lot of these layoff touches. When those boost counts start to get low, they're really good at offloading the pressure. And part of that has to be credited to the amazing positioning of the teammates. Ooh, they got away with it there on 0 seconds. What's up? But you take all the fortunes in your favour. Look ahead. Welcome, Milwaukee in chat. It's a pleasure to see you, my friends. Hope you enjoy this stream. This is the final round. It's the winner of this series progressing to the top 16. The loser will get knocked out. And the storyline behind what's up right now, you would hope that they do have that bit of plot armor behind them. Jazzy wants to show him how it's done. That's awkward. He's not going to be able to get a touch. It's got to be all Devo here from outside that 6-yarder. Jazzy able to recover himself. Nevertheless, Mech is over. Toasty is an option underneath him, so they've got to hope this doesn't land unfavorably. It does. Well positioned was Bubble Sorts. And Mech will get that game winner. You could feel the presence of that silent killer Toasty. Just trickling his way forwards. Didn't have to slam onto that boost button. Knew he timed that run to perfection. One word consistently said in chat, and that is regain. I'm sure they will. Only a 1-goal difference. That was a recovery to get it into that overtime in the first place. It was a well-worked goal by Bubble Sorts, in all fairness, to grab that first victory. Well, those chances will run dry. A best of 5 when the tensions are this high feel like a best of 9 when you're this late in the Swiss stage. Trust me, fatigue will play a factor. And let's hope that it will be Wassup that will come out on top. Toasty wants to drop that pass down to Flitz. He did get the bump afterwards. It was a really well-worked play. But the defense equally there to match. And something in that last game, which we felt like was missing in some moments, was just that final killer instinct from Wassup. I feel like they haven't been as physical as they have been in previous series. They have played it, dare I say, a bit safe in terms of their defensive rotation, although They will at least commit to the ball in very aggressive circumstances. It's just you don't really expect to see them sticking around. Same can't be said, though, for Expert, who has found his moment to strike. There's your first goal. Wassup lead in the first minutes. And those who said regain will wrap that first turn of the bandage. Still more work to be done. Still more recovery time needed for Wassup. That's what we call a momentum builder, not a game winner, not a dagger. It's way too early. This is a very different natured game. One will not be enough. And it's felt like that's been the case all day. That's just been North America in this top group. We've seen even NRG forced to their absolute limits. Devo, doesn't get the touch. Mech will get away with possession. Expert clever with where he positions himself. Covering both those high and low angles. Jarzy, bottom left corner. Flitz makes a save. They're not going to be frustrated, though. Oh, maybe from that goal they will be. That's Frosty from Toasty. A cheeky fake there against Devo, using the pressure of the situation against them. That shows experience. And Toasty has heaps of it. Devo. Heartbeats pumping. Hands getting sweaty. Do not hold your breath. You've still got some comms to share. The job's not finished. You have not reached success nor failure. So keep that fight. Keep that offense. I've loved this position. Low boost for Bubble Sort. And it just feels like Wassup are just waiting for that final moment to strike. Could this be it? Jazzy taking it high. Expert. Still keeping that pressure. There's Devo off the post. And that was the moment they were waiting for. It does go to waste. But they're not done with this offense. Devo gets his second chance. Jazzy still available. Devo just wanted to tap it high. There it is again. They really have struggled to get it outside their 6-yarder, but I feel like that clearance will put an end to it. That post hit from Devo will be the moment you were looking at. It's what that entire play was building up for. They're not going to make it easy for you, Bubble Sort. Look at the talent. Look at the name tags above those cars. Look at where they find themselves. If they give you a space, you've got to take it, and Jarzy does. There's the lead. Showing the teammates how it's done. That is an absolutely appalling touch from Toasty. Completely giving it away. And that could lose them that second game. And I mentioned chess earlier. A well-known saying, it's not the first mistake that kills you, it's the second. We saw the first mistake, which Devo couldn't take advantage of. The second came for Toasty. 2 coming in here for Wassup in the defense. And it's just thrown right back. Oh my goodness. Someone redeemed Hydrate, so I took that moment. I allowed that silence to form. To give you those few seconds to think about, why are you so intrigued? Why does it mean so much to you right now that Wassup go all the way? It's because you've seen the story. You know the players. You know how much it would mean to them. You know what big impact it would have to the scene to have a player like Devo be able to collect another top 16. Lots of you guys came here from a raid. watching another team stream. Now infatuated by the story of Wassup. And with 24 seconds left on the clock, 4 goals scored. And can you see that glint on the ball? Ladies and gentlemen, it is turning golden. Chances increasing that 5th will be the winner. Can it be Jazzy in regulation? Experts there, 0 boost, still deciding to commit as final man. Mekai. Flits on that wall on the back foot. Devo, what will he go for? Oh, that's a bad hit from Toasty. And that's given an opportunity for Wassup to try and take it. They don't. OT arrives all the same, just like it did in that first game. And when I spoke about that golden goal, and I said that I could see that glint in the ball. Watch it glimmer now. Double commit from the defense. Toasty is faked off. He thought Experts had more in the tank. He's required again. Oh my goodness, a moment of madness. To start off this OT. Expert throws it wide, but Toasty surely finding the top corner. It's a lovely finish. Game over. Not series over. Not run over. Two games in the favour of Bubble Sorts. And how many times today have I said final life? That's truly the case now. There's no other series after this. Win 3 in a row. Pull off a reverse sweep. Or settle for open 6. Do you believe, ladies and gentlemen? Moon. Thermal Rex. This is where you earn your flowers. Game 3 underway. Wassup in dire need of a reaction. Lock in. Have that passion. Have that belief. And the distance will reach itself. You've got to defend that passing play, though, in the opening. It's Toasty yet again. What a thorn in the side he has been all series. With the assistance of Mech. It's a lovely give and go in the first 15 seconds. Just to give themselves that extra bit of space. And again, those head starts favouring the opposition. What a shot by Expert. Flitz will send it wide. Jazzy is close. Devo on Toasty. Oh, it's not on target. No time to whine. Flitz. Has Toasty behind. Will miss it. Devo. Oh, a bit of extra power. That one could have been wrestling into the back of his own nets. 50 seconds gone off this first game. It's felt like a lot more of the amount of action that just has been stuffed into this opening minutes. It felt like the round 5 that the history books would have wanted. The ones where you struggle to see the difference between fact and fairy tale. Jazzy looking to create a fairy tale. But it was the only area of the goal that was covered. And now they are punished with having to defend another counter-attack. Another ball from Mech. And look at the aggression from him with that second touch as well. Flits on. Expert lurking. You've got to leave that to Devo. Felt like there was a slight lack of communication. And you cannot allow those easy to fix mistakes to present themselves now. Oh, that's a backboard that was given free for Mech. Devo did well to get the read. There was a second option too. Jazzy off that back wall. Flitz surely has the read. Jazzy plays for the fake. Still on. Just shy of the end of the second minutes. Jazzy with a leap and hope. A leap of faith, you could say. And he's prayed hard today. He somehow lands on his lap. Game by game. Minute by minute, second by second, play by play. Unreal, unit to unit. What is that next step? How will it march you closer to that reverse sweep? Mech. Oh, denied there by Expert. He's just going to have to turn around. Leaves with 0 spoils. Jarzy on. 50'd with Flitz. Devo. Wanted off the corner. Flitz positions himself well. And oh, that's a bit of a bunch up there from Wassup. Although they do separate themselves in quick time. Jarzy, oh, that's not what you want to see there. That's a big backflip. And Expert forced to dive in the final second to get that one wide. There was no hopes of that being a goal, but it was certainly one to kill the momentum. Expert, though, looking to raise it back up. Big shot from Expert. Flitz will make the save. Mech off that wall. And Flitz, quick on the counter. Can Expert reach? No, he cannot. That's how quick the momentum shifts. From thinking we were the defending team to ones with that clear shot to being stuck immediately back on the counter. That's why we love this game so much. And it's for those exact reasons why you cannot let the belief drop. Because if a game can change that quick, then 100 seconds is an eternity. Into those double digits. That's a huge mistake from Devo. Position too high. A little bit eager for the play. And if you were going to play that risky, you at least had to get a touch off the ball. That's going to be a devastator. You'd pray for a kickoff in your favour. They've gone for a strategy. Devo felt like it had all gone perfectly, but then Bubble Sort hit it back with a perfect defense. Devo off that wall, can't dunk Flitz. Keeps it tight with that wall. Happy to send it to the safe corners of Wassup, because they don't need to score any more goals. Their focus has shifted in this third game. Survive. 1 minute remaining. That's your battle cry. Give it all you've got. Devo, flip reset. Just to try and stay close. Beats 2 men. Expert has to be there. Crossbar hits. Believe. Believe in the comeback. A moment of magic yet again from Devo. An Expert at that right position. Oh, that's a lovely kickoff. Could it be that easy? Of course not. Bubble Sorts, do not drop softly. Mech off that corner. That's a wonderful read. Expert turn, 100 boost. You could just take it alone. That's going to be a hard ball to follow. He's going for the bum. Mech is there. Toasty was the one that was given his challenges. Flits up. Dribble through. Jarzy saves. They cannot concede. 15 seconds left on the clock. It's in the wrong half of the pitch, but they've technically got infinite time to go if they can stop it from hitting the ground. Jarzy needs to make it work. Devo up high. Expert's got boost, but no one else does. Got to pick up a few pads here. Jarzy bailed away from the play. So did Expert. Now they've got something to work with, but that dribble from Mech. We'll see the run end. Bubble Sort qualify to the top 16 and Wassup drop out in round 5. It is devastating. It was a tough run to follow, and I tell you what, it was a hard final team to have to face. Fair play to Bubble Sort. What a stream that was. I'm sure we will have our supports for Wassup in that final open, where they will have their final chance to make another main event. So close. Another round 5 in Swiss. And they had a really tough run. We'll go again with the run they had to face. I'll get it on screen. Wrong one. Every single time. Let's have a look. What's up? Highlighted in red. We all know what that means. 3-0 win to Telekinesis. A closer than the series score gives credit for loss versus Complexity Gaming. A 3-0 sweep in favour of the boys who did end up qualifying. Fair play to them. A Game 5 win versus the Lemons. And then a sweep by Bubble Sort. Every single team that the boys lost to were clearly top 16 caliber. All three of them were able to qualify. So that just goes to show you how tough a run that must have been for them. Wow, what a journey. What a journey. I'll be honest with you, it is 4 o'clock in the bloody morning in the UK. I'm tired, but I gave it my all, and so did the players, who I'm so proud of. I'm so proud of those players. Even though they don't make top 16, that's going to be a team forever in my heart from now on. Seriously, thank you, Uncle Che, for the opportunity. Thank you for the love in chat as well. It's been an absolute pleasure. If you want to follow me on any socials, it is SirPigasus absolutely everywhere. Here on Twitch, there you go, I've typed in chat. Here in Twitch, Twitter, TikTok. I think the only one that is different is Instagram, which is SirPigasus_. Isn't that frustrating? Thank you very much, Uncle Che, for the opportunity. Thank you very much, Wassup, for the opportunity. Thank you for the raiders. Thank you for those that have stuck around in chat. It has been an absolute pleasure. Oh my goodness. I need to go to bed. It's 4 in the morning. Like I said, I gave it my all. I love this job. Goodbye, ladies and gentlemen. Going on the end screen. Enjoy your raid. SirPigasus out. Goodbye.